Good morning, everybody. I wasn't expecting us to suddenly jump in like that without any intro. That was a bit of a strange one. Let's try that again with a bit of an intro, shall we? That's better.
That's good.
Now we're ready.
Yay!
Let's get this going. There we go. Get some of this movement going, right? Let's get some excitement to start today's live stream. How is everybody doing? Anastasiia, it is always a delight to see you on our Thursday morning sessions. How are you?
I'm good. Very nice to see you as well, Mike. I know you were running a marathon of lives today.
Yeah, Thursdays is my live stream marathon day. It's my weekly marathon. So yeah, keeps me on my toes, keeps me looking young, or at least I like to think so. So yeah, who have we got in chat today? Let's see. We have got Akash in there. We've got William. We've got Russell. We've got Akram. We got Fabian as well. We got Madsumo, and we have got Spark FX as well. Guys, good to see you all. We've also got Maria. Good morning, Maria. Lovely to see all of you guys. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
How is everyone doing on this fine Thursday? We got Louis in at the beginning as well. Louis, almost missed you there, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's been an interesting week, I would say, so far, Anastasiia. I know.
Was it?
I know. Well, I mean, in the sense that it hasn't involved any crazy, ridiculous announcements that have moved the market, and I feel as though that's kind of been the norm lately. You know,
that's an interesting thing that you're saying. It's like it's been an interesting week, and before we used to say it when something actually interesting happened, and now we say it when nothing happens, almost nothing happens. Like, okay, wow, that's outstanding.
Exactly. You know, it's like, well, okay, this is a bit. It's almost like a little bit unnerving. You know, it's like, well, what do we do with these things when things just are quiet? It's very peculiar. I'm almost feeling a little bit unnerved by it. I'm not really sure what to do with myself. Good morning, Phil. Good to see you. Phil is killing it at the moment. Phil is all over the markets at the moment. He's off from work, I know. So hope you're doing well, Phil, with those trades. And we got Kavika in as well. Good to see you, Kavika. So yeah, let's see what's happening. I know are you in a trade at the moment, Anastasiia, or are you looking to get into a trade?
I'm in a trade in the moment, and I'm about to get in a trade as well right now.
Here we go. Live trading from the get-go, guys.
Just like this. I'm gonna share my screen then.
Okay.
So
there we go.
Who was it? I saw this in the chat. GU sell. Akash was saying GU sell, and I was actually looking at GU just in a moment you were posting this comment, Akash. So what we see here in GU is that yesterday we had this drop happening after the previous highs. Well, that was on Tuesday, and then yesterday we had the drop and reversal and another consolidation right here. Yep, that started going already. So that was another consolidation, and what pulled back to my consolidation, and this is one of my trading methods that I use, is trading from that consolidation area. So it pulled back, and it was a perfect entry. It does look quite good actually at the moment, and my stop loss is at 210 level. I do want to see it going to the previous lows here, but I also am expecting maybe to see the pullback. So when the price gets closer to 810, I'm going to be very cautious and perhaps move my stop loss to break even or in profit and see how the price behaves here. So maybe I'm going to close it early, but preferably I would want the price to see going here back. And the reason for this is my other chart. So let me just share my other screen because I have two right now. One for futures and one for TradingView. Yeah, that is right here. So this is pound futures. Exactly the same chart, but on the futures instead of the GBP USD Forex pair. And what we see is exactly the same. So we had accumulation, the drop, filling up the gap, and now the accumulation here, and the price going back right now. So it's a daily point of control. It's a point of control of this consolidation as well. And we had also quite volume accumulation here, one of the volume clusters. So my stop loss goes above this level. So I suppose that the price might go back, and as long as it closes with a week below all of the zone here, I am going to be good. I'm going to continue holding it. And essentially take it. I'm waiting for the price to reach the previous weekly point of control on the futures market specifically, because I do rely on futures analysis in the first place. So that is this consolidation and the point of control of it right where this week is. So that's where my take profit is going to be placed.
Does look like a very, very nice trade. I was looking at GU earlier this morning on the AlphaBeta Lab stream, and yeah, it was a little too early. There was an earlier 15-minute candle, just basically where we are right now, actually, where I was anticipating maybe a reaction from that wick. We did get an initial reaction, but not strong enough, and then we carried on higher. So so yeah, I'm actually in a sell at the moment on the DAX. We did have some news earlier this morning from Germany. With their business climate. It was a better than expected response in terms of that data. So the DAX did show a little bit of bullish momentum immediately after that news, but there is still a massive gap on the DAX at the moment, which is what I'm selling into. So if I pull up my chart, you guys will see it here. So as you can see, the previous 1 hour candle closed very, very strongly to the downside, not really showing any kind of rejection to this area here. So my expectation is that we'll keep going down to try and then close this area. So that's my my anticipation at the moment. We've kind of stalled after the initial news that came out just about here, and just waiting for us to carry on that move down, which will hopefully take place over the coming hours as we go into this busy day on a Thursday. We've obviously got the news coming out on the US dollar. So we've got the weekly initial jobless claims. We've also got durable goods, and we've also got existing home sales as well. So there's quite a fair bit there. Ebenezer, I will need to ban you unless you stop posting, I'm afraid. We don't encourage that kind of thing here. We would recommend you go out there and learn the tricks of the trade to earn yourself the capital that you need. So yeah, so that's the DAX starting to show some of that selling pressure. The GU one, I've just got it up on my MT5. Just want to put it up here. It did show a really nice initial reaction, and it was, I mean, the only problem with it is that there is definitely an area for it to react from. I do wonder whether it's still going to push up higher, as you were saying earlier, Anastasiia, especially the way that it's forming this 15-minute right now. Now, it could still wick back down because it is at the 200 EMA. There's still 40 seconds left on that candle, and that 1 minute candle could well pull it pull down. If it does that, then it looks like a really, really nice entry. But at the moment, if it closes as it is right now, I would say we're looking actually at further longs for the time being. Those final 20 seconds could be quite important.
Perhaps
on this
for me,
particular...
as long as we stay below the 33,100 level, I think it's good for me.
Yeah. So we will see how that one plays out. I think possibly you might see a reaction come into this area. Let me draw that a little bit better. Into that area there. So that's probably where I'd be looking for potential sells. So we'll see. The DAX is also showing a bit of strength, very much going against my sentiment, which is not what I want to see. DAX is looking very...
Yeah.
For the sell?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really... It's just still trying to find that selling momentum. But as long as we don't pull back too far, then we should be okay.
Where is your entry?
Sorry?
Where is your entry?
My entry was just about here.
Oh.
Let me just check. 21. So my entry is just 7, just here. Just there. When we broke the lows here after the news, this was the news candle here. When we broke that, that was when I decided to get in on the sells with a stop loss just above these highs here. So yeah, so we'll see how it decides to play out. But let's have a quick look, shall we, at the strength scores. Today, at the moment, the dollar is looking incredibly weak, really showing a lot of weakness right now. The indices aren't really indicating the same thing, but US dollar is looking quite weak. Japanese yen, New Zealand dollar, and euro looking quite strong today. If we look at how things closed yesterday, just to see if there's maybe some alternatives where there might be some divergence. US dollar against the CHF and US dollar against the JPY may be good ones to look at, as well as the Aussie dollar against CHF and JPY. Those might be ones just to see if there's a divergence on the charts for playing it back to the mean, for example, into the charts. So as you can see, JPY is showing some strength again against the US dollar, so that might be one for us to look at. So if we take a look at that at the moment this morning, not looking great on the 5 minute, if I'm honest. Possibly some sells coming in, but it's starting to find some support in here. Let's see, what does it look like on the 15 minute? Yeah, plenty of wicks to the downside, so suggests actually more sells coming in for the dollar yen at the moment. What do you think, Anastasiia? Have you looked at that one today?
I didn't. No, to be honest with you, not yet. I'm looking at the S&P 500 right now and my gold as well, but let me pull up the USD JPY as well to see what's going on there.
Yeah, S&P 500 looks like it's going to sell off as well.
Actually, USD JPY right now is at apparently the entry that I drew last week already. I completely forgot about that.
So your anticipation is actually longs for USD JPY.
Yeah, look at this arrow. Like, look how it follows.
Wow.
It's like I swear I drew this arrow before it happened, but it's beautiful. It looks really
that is art on a canvas. There you go. You see, Jonatan was saying that you shouldn't have given up your drawings and your artwork. Well,
yeah, I know.
It's still happening. It's still happening.
So I'm actually long on USD JPY. Well, up at least the sentiment. I didn't enter the long yet, but it was because we had. If you look at the weekly time frame, we are right at this lows. This is where the USD JPY is. That's first. We talked. Actually, we talked about it yesterday with Jonatan. I completely forgot about it. So it was here, and I was saying that if the price is gonna go up and break this consolidation because the price was pulling back from it yesterday, that is gonna look like a very, very nice entry for long, and that's pretty much what it's trying to do right now. So I'm gonna be long USD JPY, maybe a little bit in the moment. Like I want to have some confirmations on the smaller time frame as well, probably. So we see that it's still quite short. It didn't break the previous highs. And let me see where we are. Is this volume? Well, we are at the volume right now. So, but probably I still see it coming back to 42, 440, 370. This area here.
Yeah.
But maybe if it's also not gonna go there, and if it just breaks to the upside like this, here I'm also gonna go long. So it's either one of those. It's either here and I'm gonna pick it up and go long, or it's gonna break to the upside, break my level, at least this whole consolidation that is now rejected, because this is a rejection area now, and then you can go long as well.
Yeah, it does. As Kavika says, it's one of those tricky days of the week. It certainly is, Kavika. I have just been stopped out, I think, on my DAX. Must have been stopped out by some nasty spread, because my TP was nowhere near there. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay. Must have been hit by some spread or something there, because I wasn't anywhere near the what's it called? Stop loss. So I'll have to have a look at that one. A little bit of a surprise. But there we go. So we will see. Russell is still long on Euro USD. We were looking at this morning with Russell, where we've come up to the 15 minutes 200 EMA, and Russell's basically in a long. Remind me, Russell, where you're in a long from? I can't remember, but I think it was somewhere around the 133, if I'm not mistaken. And just waiting for that sell to start on Euro USD, and seeing some strength come into the dollar would tie in nicely with what you're saying, Anastasiia, about seeing some strength coming into the dollar against the yen as well, for example. So yeah, certainly some potential moves, but it does seem a little bit slow this morning.
It is. That's also why I'm not entering it yet, because I still think we can see some weakness in the dollar before it picks up strength. So I think it's going to still be a couple of hours, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. There is certainly some strong bullish momentum on the hourly. These two in particular are showing some nice bullish momentum, and we've struggled to stay below the 200 EMA. We've broken past it, and we're closed above it. So that is proving to obviously provide some resistance, as Russell says, but waiting to see if it can break past it, and most likely come and take these liquidity levels that I'd marked out yesterday for that. Let's see, what else have you guys been pulling out? Jose is saying volume is measured from where?
Jose is asking about the volume on the USD JPY. That was a point.
Okay.
So this volume is measured for the whole swing move to the upside. So this is the whole move from here to here. If you're talking about the right side volume, this is the right side volume. It measures the volume for the whole visible range. So all the candles that you can see on the screen. And on the, that's it for USD JPY actually. So that was a swing up movement, and that the one that is for the whole things that you can see on the screen. I'm also in buy for gold. It's not going flat. Yesterday I was selling it, and we did sell it very nicely live together with you guys. So from this point on, I was selling it, and I did close it. Someone was asking at the beginning as well. I saw this comment somewhere. I'm gonna pull it up if I can find it. Did you close the gold? Someone was asking. No, can't find it. Anyway, if someone is whoever asked about gold, I did close gold yesterday because I was expecting also my one take profit was all the way down here, but another was on the break of this candle here. And when the price broke this, I did see quite a big volume on my futures coming in the market, and I closed it around this point on. Exactly I closed at 33.32, which is no, that was something else. That's something else. Anyway, never mind. I can't find this entry now. I need to look for it. But I closed it on the break of this low. And well, I thought I actually closed it too early because I did think we're going to go lower, but it ended up consolidating. So I would close it anyway around the same point because the price is consolidating here during the next time. And I wouldn't hold it over the night because we know how gold reacts during the Asian session is completely unpredictable unless you stay up and you can catch all those moves. And what is happening today is we came above the zone, above my sell point yesterday. The price did break all their recent sells short zones that we've been creating. So that one yesterday, this one. So the price did take all the sell levels out and created a nice head and shoulders. If you look at it, it does look like a nice head and shoulders pattern here with continuation to up. So as long as we are above this zone and here, for me, gold is finally bullish again, at least for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Do let me know, guys, if the volume on my microphone's okay. I know there's some people in my office on some other calls, so I've turned the volume down a little bit, but hopefully not too much that you can't hear me as well. So let me know. William, just to answer your question. So in terms of profitable days is not 0.5% of the day before, but it's 0.5% of the starting balance. So if, for example, you have a 5K high stakes account, what you need to do is basically $25 per day for 3 days. Okay. And that's, that's net profit. So it's after commissions. So yeah, just bear that in mind. So it's not necessarily from the day before, it's 0.5% of the starting balance. So if you're over the $25 net for the day, then you're good, and that will count as one of your profitable days. Whether or not you carry on trading today is up to you. That's really it's your own strategy and your own approach, William. I think you've got your head screwed on and you know your strategy better than anyone else. So it would be up to you as to whether it sticks to your plan or not to trade it. DAX did in the end actually come and take me out. So maybe my MT5 was just front running TradingView or front running the market. Who knows? So that DAX didn't hold. No risk. Yeah, not a bad decision at all, William. Thank you very much, Haresh. Yeah, keep me posted, guys. I'm conscious of the background noise, so if you are getting background noise, my microphone is supposed to block it out, but there's a few guys in here today that aren't normally here, so it might get a bit noisier than usual. So we've looked at pound dollar, Anastasiia, in your sell. We've looked at USD JPY, and we've had a look at gold. What about your other kind of, what should we call it? Your regulars. How are your regular assets looking?
I found William was asking about gold. He said it's scalped and won already. Fantastic. That's good to hear. I'm also looking for S&P 500. So if you look at S&P, it's been consolidating here in this range, right? So we have quite a range for the past couple of days. But also what we can find here is that it's coming closer back to the zone, filling the gap. Now, filling this gap, I might look for long opportunities because we also do have the majority of the volume here from this whole range, which is the middle of it. And it would quite also look like another head and shoulders pattern. So this zone does look like a good zone for the rejection. Now, another thing that I'm looking at is on the futures as well. So I'm going to pull up S&P 500 on futures because you can clearly see it there as well. So if we look at here, before this gap, we had a very big volume accumulation. So we had a huge volumes cluster here right before the gap opened. So when it comes closer to filling this gap, and on the futures, it looks like here is a the weekly point of control. There is a monthly developing point of control as well. So this zone here is my buy zone for S&P 500 when it comes closer. I might look for shorts here because we are exiting this zone as well of the volume. So we see that we have a daily volume distributed. Majority of it is above the price currently. So if we pull back a little bit higher, I'm also thinking about the sell. So something like this would be really nice. And then when the price comes here, I'm going to be looking for the confirmation on 5-minute time frame, on footprint charts, anything that can give me the confirmation that we are bullish. And I'm going to be waiting for this long back, mainly because of this huge cluster volume and 2 points of control, the weekly and the monthly one that are there, and also the gap filling. So that all perfectly aligns, in fact. So it does look quite nice.
We have William. Victor is, I believe, watching us. So I wouldn't dare to even try and assess whether or not we have a quasi without Victor's presence. But I believe Victor is somewhere in the background watching us. So maybe if he's in the chat, Victor may confirm or deny that there is a quasi on gold. I do think I know what you're seeing, but I would be foolhardy to try and suggest that I am able to spot a quasi when the real king of quasi is not around. So I believe what you're seeing, Victor, is we've got this first shoulder, the push up, this is the head of it, and then we've got this quasi here, which has broken the high of this one here. I believe that's what you're seeing, William. Quasi, he's just messaged me. What time frame? Quasi on gold on the 4 hour, Victor, is what William is seeing. Paresh is saying, yep, that's it. So we'll see. We may have a quasi, guys. We've discovered a quasi without Victor. That is, well, we haven't, in fairness. William has. So William, kudos to you. Well spotted. For gold, we were actually looking at earlier on at AlphaBeta Lab, and gold for me, I'm actually looking at sells for gold, potentially in this area here. And the reason why is we have this area here of this 15-minute candle that wasn't respected. So price came pushed down from this area. When it came back to retest it, it didn't respect it at all, just powered through it. So I'm expecting potentially a reaction from this area. So possibly a gold sell from there, heading down and taking out this big cluster of liquidity down at 3200, 3190, something like that. So yeah. Jack. I'm assuming your name is Jack. Jack, we are live every day except Fridays for now. Fridays is a work in progress. But yes, we are live every Monday to Thursday from 9:30 GMT all the way through to, I think, is it 2:30 GMT, something like that. Yeah, you can catch us here. There's a whole team of us who do these live streams over on the 5ers. So yes, you can catch us live here. Make sure you like and subscribe to get notifications for that. Make sure you click that little bell icon and you'll get the notifications as to when we're going live. You might also want to go in and check the AlphaBeta Lab as well. I mean, whilst you're there, go and check out the AlphaBeta Lab. Check out our live streams as well. We're live every Monday to Thursday mornings from 8 a.m. GMT, and then on Friday afternoons as well with a lab report at the end of the week. So do make sure to check that out as well. Talking of the AlphaBeta Lab, we are going to have where is it? Sorry, My production skills are lacking today, but we will be having the AlphaBeta Lab weekly podcast. So the weekly podcast that we have on a Thursday, which I know Anastasiia is a keen fan of watching. She dips out of her session here, and then she just sits there in the background watching us debate the merits and everything of the life of a trader. So it'd be interesting to have you on that sometime, Anastasiia, to get your view on all of these things. So we'd love to have you as well. So yeah, but no, if you are liking the stream, guys, please hit that like button, share it, subscribe, click that little bell icon so that you get notifications as to when we are going live, so you don't miss any of these live streams. Also, if you would like to join us on these live streams, you're very welcome. You can join us anytime you want. You need to just send us an email, tradingroom@the5ers.com, and we would love to see you in with us. Show us what you can do. Show us your strategy. Show us how you trade the markets live with us. Jonatan even has a running competition. Anyone that wants to come on and take him on in a trade-off, then you're welcome and invited to do that as well. Let's head back into chat and let's just see. Goodbye, guys. Already hit my daily loss limit. That's a bit harsh, I would say, Jack. I mean, you could still stick around, hang out. We might be able to share you some insights or something. I don't know. But we hope to see you back again, Jack. Hope that wasn't a daily loss limit because he tried to sell DAX or something after I said I was selling it. Anastasiia, William is asking, why aren't you on those kind of sessions? So there you go. We need to speak to Jonatan, Anastasiia, and get you onto the AlphaBeta Lab podcast on a Thursday. So yeah.
I can't say no to our audience, especially William, who is here every single day.
Exactly. William is like our resident regular. So yeah. Raphael's saying he is in that GU cell now. Let's go and have a look at GU. Let's have a look. Coming into that area now, that you were marking out earlier, Anastasiia. So pulling up a bit further, but now hitting more resistance. Nothing yet on the 5 minute for me. I would probably want to see it take this level first, which looks like the last area of liquidity, with an inside bar at the very, very top on the 5 minute. So I'd probably want to see it come and take this middle area of that wick on the half an hour. So you can see this acting as a resistance area. I'd like to see it take that level and then push on down. That would be kind of a greater confirmation for me. For those GU cells. What else is happening in the chat? How you guys been trading? I'm guessing you mean how long you've been trading, and how long did it take you to be consistent in the market? Anastasiia, it feels as though she's been trading since she was born, because she's been trading for so long, and she doesn't look old enough to be trading for so long. So, Anastasiia, you've been trading for how long?
Right. That was a very nice compliment. I've been trading since I'm 18. Well, technically, I've been in financial markets since I've been 18. You can't call it trading because at that point I was buying and selling crypto. Everything was going up, so it wasn't. It didn't need to be much of a professional to be able to make some money. And now I'm almost 27, so that's almost 9 years at that point.
I just want to be clear. There was no suggestion from me that you needed to reveal your age. Just to be clear, I don't want any accusations of outing you with your age.
I don't have any problems with my age, Mike.
Good. More so the audience rather than you. Just to be clear. So let's just make sure nobody's gonna cancel me for suggesting that you would share your age with the guys. But yeah, Alex. That's Anastasiia's story. I've been trading for about 2.5 years now. I've been trading with the 5ers for about it'd be September 2023 that I started trading with the 5ers. Consistently getting funded and consistently then blowing those funded accounts. I'm yet to take a profit from those or take a payout, but I've been funded about 5 or 6 times now. So yeah. But everyone has their own journey. Everyone has their own timescales and their own strategies. Anastasiia is much more patient, I would say, than I am.
Just because I was so impatient majority of the years in my trading. It took me way too long to be profitable. Then
the patience has been beaten into you by the market. Yeah. So yes, but I think it's fair to say our strategies are somewhat differing in that Anastasiia is far more patient with her entries. I'm much more kind of looking for very tight entries on the lower time frames, but based on higher time frame analysis. Anastasiia obviously uses her volume indicators and her, I think, instinct as well, is to a certain extent as well, Anastasiia, to look at market structure.
If you look at the markets every single day for years and years, you start seeing that you can't describe 100%, but you just see them because you've seen them so many times. They kind of get written, in the back of your mind somewhere, and you just memorize them. Yeah. The longer you look at the market, the easier it is to spot some different opportunities. Sometimes, you're just going to feel like you should close this trade, although it might be good technically. It actually happened yesterday. We were live with Jonatan, right? And he was taking long on the EUR USD. I took this long and I closed it like 15 minutes later. I was like, I don't feel good about it, although technically it does not feel bad. And then it went all the way down, So it's sometimes that you can't explain because technically it was all right, it's set up. But it's just something that you just memorize and it helps you sometimes. But obviously you shouldn't rely on your intuition, guys, for your trading, right? You should be having the strategy that can help you sometimes to get out of the situations like yesterday as well.
Interestingly, GU has done that exact reaction that I was looking for. So it's taken this level here, which was also an inside bar even on the 1 minute, and it's now reacting down. Now, what I want to see is ideally a retest of this high, but we may not get that far. It may now just create this really long wick, as we're seeing, for example, on the 7 minute, and not so on the 5 minute, less so, but it could still create a very strong engulfing candle to the downside if it keeps pushing down. If it does that, then it certainly looks like those sells are now active and ready to maybe take over from the buyers.
Week went straight to this cluster volume that I was looking at the chart as well. So if this goes down now and closes with a nice wick to the upside in the next couple of minutes, so at least 30-minute candle, then I think it's good for shorts. I mean, a little bit on the drawdown on this, but it's okay.
William is saying one day he's going to take on the challenge against Jonatan or even another person. Just updating my strategy with new knowledge to be sure I win, because losing isn't my thing. That sounds like fighting talk there, William. That's something we got to keep an eye on there. Make sure we hold you to that, William. We'll be waiting for you to come and join us here. It'd be great to have you, my friend. Raphael is saying definitely Anastasiia should join AlphaBeta. I mean, Anastasiia is actually part of the AlphaBeta community already. She is sharing her in the community contributions. In fact, I can even pull that up for you guys. So you can see here we have community contributions here. If you're not familiar with it, please do go and check it out. So Anastasiia is there sharing her journey. Where's Anastasiia in here? Let me see. Got loads of people. There we go. 500 to 1 million.
That haven't been updated, although I need to update this as well for you guys.
That's one that Anastasiia is working on. Her mission in 2025 is to get from $500 to 1 million. So she's sharing her journey there, but she's also been sharing her insights into fundamentals. So here you can see Anastasiia's great breakdown into the tariffs. She did an initial one with kind of a brief overview and then has gone deeper into that as well. So Anastasiia is definitely in there. So even more reason for you guys to come and join us. As you can see, we have broken the 800 member mark since yesterday. We were at 788, I think, yesterday, and we're now at 817, which is great to see. So if you're not part of it, I will stick the URL on the screen for you right now. It should also be in the description. TheAlphaBetaLab.com. It is completely free of charge to join. And if that doesn't get you interested, if that doesn't get you motivated, or kind of, what's the word, with a desire to come and join us, let's see if this can get you a bit more excited about it. I love that intro.
I love this
teaser, or whatever to call it.
It's like all hyped up every time, you know, so much power in this one intro.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, that one is really quite something. Let's see. Let's just quickly catch up on chat. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Nice short on gold. Justin. Nice short on gold yesterday, Anastasiia. What are you looking at today? Justin's asking. You saw your short on gold yesterday.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up my chart. So my GU is going, but it's going up right now. It didn't hit my stop loss actually yet. Let me open this one. So what we see here for GU is it went up and it took this cluster volume. And as long as the wick stays below it, like I don't want the body of the candle closing above it, because that would be showing and strength of buyers pushing through the previous volume that was created. So I'm watching this one cluster here, and as long as we stay below it, I'm going to be holding it. So for now, I'm still in this trade. It didn't take me out. And I'm also loaning gold. So I'm in a loan for gold right here. Oops. I'm in a loan for gold. It locked me out of my account for some reason. Anyway, from this point on, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it pulled back slightly. No, from this point on. From here. I'm in a loan still. So it is quite in profit for a moment being. And as long as we stay above this volume here, I'm also looking for the continuation to the upside for gold. The reason I'm long for gold, I went over it already, but I'm going to still share it quickly for those of you who just jumped in, because yesterday I was short, but we see that the price didn't push lower to this zone. So that was my original target. I ended up closing it right here. And we see that the price was accumulating here volume. We can zoom in and we will see how the volume was distributed all the way lower the price, below this consolidation as well. So it broke through all of this zone back to the upside. For me, it does look like a nice head and shoulders pattern, and I think we can continue to go up. This is 5-minute time frame, but also on the 30-minute time frame, it does also look like a nice pattern here. So I'm waiting for it to hit approximately this previous highs. Let's see. And I'm also looking for shorting S&P 500. Did it activate? Not yet. Not yet. A little bit higher. So I'm waiting for the short on S&P 500 from this level right here, just one tick higher. The reason for this is also because if we look at the volume distribution on this 5-minute swing to the downside, we will see that majority of the volume is in here. But this is my already entry confirmation. Now, the 30-minute time frame, we will see that we also had the volume here. So this zone, the price went below it, and I trade from volume to volume. So my next volume is here. So I'm expecting it to go from this volume to this volume down. So I'm going to be short S&P 500 very, very soon. Yep.
Yeah, that looks like a really nice level. Really nice level.
If I'm a professional trader, depends what you define a professional. I'm not licensed trader. I'm working on become a fund manager, but it takes a lot of exams and everything. So I'm gonna keep you guys posted. But no, I'm a home trader right now, Willem, like a normal retail trader.
Yeah, I think as Anastasiia says, how do you define professional? I mean, in terms of how Anastasiia approaches her trading, 100% she's a professional. How she analyzes the markets and how she trades it. But is she employed by a fund or anyone like that? Then no, she's trading her own prop accounts and her own capital accounts. So in that respect, she's a retail trader, as she says. But we are delighted to have her with us in ABL and in the 5ers as well. Raphael is saying, I recommend AlphaBeta to everyone. Everything you need to know about trading and support ideas about trading. This is the best community you can join. I love it. Raphael, your money is on its way. Thank you very much for that recommendation. I shall make sure that you get a nice little reward for that. Kidding, of course, but still appreciate it. William says, professional, do it for living and pay your accounts with it and not having another job. So that's his definition. So in that respect, Anastasiia, I think it's fair to say you are a professional trader.
Yeah, well, I do have also another things that I'm doing, right? Not necessarily a job. There are the projects on the side that I'm doing, but in this sense, I guess we could say yes. Yeah. For me, the professional trader is the person who is licensed. Well, that's defined as a professional trader, basically. Because, if you buy the quotes for the futures market, they ask you if you're professional or non-professional. So I'm non-professional. In the definition of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, I'm a non-professional trader.
Yeah, exactly. Yasin has very kindly just shared the link to the AlphaBeta Lab community. Yasin, just to maybe just avoid confusion, it's best that people go directly to thealphabetalab.com without the hub at the beginning, because they'll be asked to log in. So it's best just to go to the main ABL website, which is on the screen right now. So thealphabetalab.com. There you can sign up. It's completely free of charge. So yeah, go check that out, and we'd love to see you guys in there. It would be great to see those number of members jump up live on stream as we're talking. We're still at we're now at 827. So we've somehow managed to get 10 more members in the time that we've been talking about it. So there you go. We have a comment there from where's it gone? Sorry, I've just lost my StreamYard is jumping around. Justin saying, appreciate that a lot, Anastasiia. I completely agree on gold. On GU, I am just afraid that it will take out at least the third point on the bearish trend line coming from above touch point yesterday.
Possible.
Might be an interesting one to have a look at. It is holding, Justin, I would say, on GU. It is still holding that level. So
yeah, it is still is quite bullish though. It does look quite bullish on the 30-minute time frame as well. We have 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes into closure, so I'll see how it closes. I would prefer to see the week. And if it doesn't go down from here, I think I'm gonna be just closing it manually as well. I'm not gonna be holding it through. In the end of the day, you always can re-enter if the price actually shows you the weakness, and sometimes it's better to cut the losses, I feel like. So I'll wait another 6 minutes. If it doesn't take my stop loss during this 6 minutes time frame, then I'm seeing how this candle closes first.
Yeah, those last 5 minutes of the half-hour and 1 hour candles can really, it's amazing how much they can change direction. And really influence how the charts look. I'm sorry, I'd be stupid for trying to pronounce your name, so I'm just going to call you TV. So if a trader is funded by the 5ers, he or she needs to attend live streams. Not at all. No, that is not a requirement for being a funded trader. You just need to trade. There's no obligation to join live streams. If you want to, you're very welcome to, but there's no expectation or obligation for you to do so. Sometimes, depending on your risk approach and your risk management, you may be asked to attend an interview with somebody from the risk team, as did Anastasiia. In fact, that's how Alex met you, wasn't it, Anastasiia?
Yeah, that's how Alex met you. He thought that I was a scammer. He thought that some guy is gonna jump on, that someone is trading under my name, basically.
He was like, this can't be real. There's no way that this person could trade. And then a couple of questions, and then Anastasiia blew him away with her knowledge. She was like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, she knows what she's doing. All right, never mind.
Our interview lasted like 3 minutes, from which one was a presentation from both of us, and then the questions, and that's
exactly. So TV, you don't need to worry about having to come on a live stream, but obviously you do need to. Yes, exactly. There we go. When you started about S&P 500, so you were waiting on a 30-minute close on the S&P 500. Is that what you were saying, Anastasiia?
Not at all.
That was on that one.
So on S&P 500, we just came back into the big volume area here. So you see that it's a retest in this volume cluster here. I'm looking at it. So this zone I'm looking at. And now if you go lower, I already entered short. And the reason for this is we are testing it here, and it started showing some weakness. So this candle, for example, is closed as a weak to the downside. So I'm in short right from this level. So I'm around break even right now for S&P 500. If you want to be safe, I'm a little riskier on this. I don't want to extend my stop loss, but if you want to be safe, you can wait until the price goes below these two clusters of volume. That is about 250 contracts each. And if the price appears to be below, that is going to be a very nice confirmation for short as well. So something like this you can wait for. On the 5-minute candles, that's how it's going to look like.
Excellent stuff, guys. I'm going to be back in 2 seconds, Anastasiia. Just give me just a second.
First, straight line drawing skills. No, that one Jonatan discovered yesterday. I discovered yesterday, thanks to Jonatan, that it's a skill on itself, apparently. Okay, let's see. Is the volume profile I use available on TradingView? So parts of it, definitely yes. You can use a TradingView as well. I do like futures just because the quotes are different. So you can see more of the info, on the futures market, of course, just because it's centralized. But let me show you the screen from the TradingView as well instead of the futures. And here we go. So the volume profile that I'm using can be found on the left side menu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tools down, and you go and you find the fixed range volume profile. You do need to have the paid subscription on TradingView. It doesn't need to be the highest one, but you have to have the higher, paid one, or the normal paid one, to be able to use it. And then I place it. You can place it anywhere you want. So that's just one of the main tools that I'm using, just like this, to place the volume profile, define where the volume was distributed. Now, the other tools that I'm using on TradingView specifically is VRVP, and another one is PVP indicator. So all of them are the paid version subscription of TradingView, and they are all show you the different volume distribution for different period of time. Yeah, it's definitely visible in the left upper corner, just like this, on every single chart. I've been doing a little bit of research, Justin says, onto those footprint charts. Not sure if I'll use it. Did it really make a difference in my chart? It did really make a difference, but it's not necessarily for everyone. I would say footprint is more like zooming in and, bettering your entries, bettering your exits, bettering your decision-making. Overall, I don't trade based on the future, so based on footprint. So footprint is not my overall system to define the market direction and trend and trade ID in the first place. So I do use volumes first to identify where the market is going to go when it comes into my zones of interest. And then when it is in the zone, I use footprint to specify my entry. and to specify my exit as well. So sometimes, for example, like gold yesterday, I have a target somewhere completely different. And then if I see that the market is gaining the volume in the opposite direction against me, I might close it earlier because I don't see it going further. So the footprint is like the cherry on the top of the trading system, I would say. What should be the target of GU? For GU, well, that's a difficult question because GU right now is in the drawdown. So I wouldn't, well, it is trying to close with a good wick to the upside, which is 30-minute candle, did close with a wick, and that's exactly what I was waiting for. So I'm going to keep holding it, but I would definitely prefer to see it going below this level here. As long as we at least below 33,060, that's going to be good. But we are right now in a little bit of a drawdown. So my target for GU is at least 32,750 here, this zone. Okay, so right here. And the other one is all the way on the bottom of this consolidation and this week. So this is my GU targets, but again, I don't know if you should be trading that because it is a drawdown right now. Oh, okay. You can use a volume range on their free version. Fantastic. I didn't know that. Thank you, Bruno. Yeah, I do use TPO. I saw your comments yesterday already. So yeah, I do use TPO a little bit. You see, you don't even have to have a paid version, Bruno saying. That's amazing. So even if you have a free version on TradingView, you still can use the fixed range volume profile apparently, which is great, right? Because it means that every one of you can give it a try. And you don't actually need to pay for it to try it out and see if it fits your needs in trading. Thanks, Justin. Really happy to hear it. Amazing, yeah. I do love RVP, but you do need to be careful with it because sometimes this thing on the right side shows you too much volume and it can be misleading. So this needs to be really defined, for which period of time you're using it. But I'm really, really happy to hear that it helped you yesterday, Justin.
I'm back.
Hey, Mike. We are talking about
You're talking about volume profiles.
Yeah. So for VRVP, I'm using the settings ticks per row and row size 1. Sometimes it might not load because of the amount of data that it needs, and then you just increase the row size. And then you will see it a little bit different, but it's going to load. Then the volume is total, and then the value area is 70%. That's my settings for VRVP on TradingView. Yeah. So, Rafael, sorry, Mike.
Oh, sorry. No, go on.
We have lots of questions about it. I'm just going to try to quickly go through them. So, Rafael, I don't use a fixed range profile on the right side. On the right side is VRVP, so that's a visible range volume profile. And the fixed range volume profile is one that you can pin on any period of your chart that you wish. So those are two different things, basically. Yeah. So what was the question, Mike, you were pinning on the screen?
Sorry, there was a question from TV. Do you guys have risk restrictions for funded traders? Generally, no, but if there is somebody who is passing a funded account with a high volume and they are using high risk trades, going, full clip, full margin, trying to, gamify it in one go, and trade, pass a funded phase in one day, then it's in the terms and conditions that the 5ers do reserve the right to put risk restrictions on your fund account for a period of time for you to demonstrate that you are able and willing to keep within those risk restrictions. The reason for that is because they don't know you. So if you've gone in and you've just suddenly past a funded account and they haven't got any real trade history or anything to analyze, then they need to get to know that. So it's something we discussed yesterday with Alex on the live stream. So if you want to check it out, you can check that out. You can also check out the Discord. In the Discord, Sol, our CEO, also goes through the details on that as to how the 5ers approach that. So you can find all the details on there. But generally speaking, no, you don't get risk restrictions unless you are using high risk strategies and things like that. And the 5ers need to have a better understanding as to how you trade to be able to give you, the full account to trade as you wish, sort of thing. So hopefully that answers your question. Let's see. We've got. It's only been a week, Akash. It's only been a week. My goodness, it feels so much longer, Akash. It feels so much longer. But I'm thrilled to hear that you're enjoying it. Curious, who's your favorite? Actually, no, don't answer that. I don't want everyone else to feel bad. I know it's Anastasiia probably, and then me, and then the rest in some random order. But that's fine. Let's see what else. What else is happening in the chat? ETH, can you please look and tell what is the market trend on it on ETH? Of all things, Amith, you want to know about ETH? Oh dear. I haven't looked at ETH for a while because ETH was just looking terrible for a very, very, very long time. It has finally, much like everything else, had some bullish momentum coming into it, but generally speaking has just been on a downtrend. I think it's fair to say. Really not much not much support being found for the most part. We have to go. I need to actually go out to the daily for us to see where we are. We've reached this point here of support. Let me take that out, maybe to the weekly even. There's that really, really bearish move coming down on ETH, but it doesn't seem to be catching much strength like other assets are. That's not to say it won't, but ETH, generally speaking, there's been a lot of negative sentiment around ETH. Whether that's warranted or not, I don't know enough about it as an asset myself. I haven't looked into it, but Anastasiia, from your years in the crypto world, maybe you're better placed to give a view on ETH from your side.
Completely not. To be honest with you, I stopped trading crypto after the first crash in 2018. So I'm completely not a crypto trading person. I can buy it and hold it, or I can sometimes get lucky, like with a Trump coin when it got out. But that's it. I completely trade it. It's not my asset. I believe that everyone needs to find the asset that suits them best and they are profitable with, and crypto is not my thing.
Yeah, exactly. Bruno says ETH is dead until Trump tweets about it. It's not actually not a bad strategy, in fairness. Or Elon, yeah. You just got to wait for one of them to tweet about it, and then you might see it either pump or dump. Kasim's asking, what lot size do you use on your funding and personal brokerage account? Kasim, you can't really look at it from a lot size perspective because there's too many variables. You've got to think about A, what's your capital size, B, what's your leverage, and then you're then looking at as a percentage risk level. But it's down to your strategy. It's down to what you feel is work. Where's your edge? If your edge is more like mine, whereby you have a small risk, but then very large risk to reward in terms of your trades. So very tight stop loss, for example, but then a long take profit, that can work. So then you risk less per trade. If you're somebody like Alex, for example, you go a 1-2 or a 1-1 even sometimes, and so he'll risk sometimes up to 1% per trade. So it really depends. But also obviously with your own brokerage account, that's a different approach than a funding account, because a prop funded account, you obviously have daily loss limits and things like that. So you've really got to make sure that you understand your trading plan and how you want to approach that, so that you're not just blowing accounts and losing it, but at the same time, if it's your brokerage account, that you're not just losing all of your own cash as well. Let's see what else is happening. Yeah, I mean, it's not really that M70. It's just more it's dependent on your strategy, right, and dependent on the variables that I just mentioned. Raphael, there you go. There's Raphael's shout for the day. He's saying it's all about H bar. I've heard about H bar, but I don't know the specifics around it. But I do know that there is a lot of buzz around H bar from a couple of people that I've spoken to. So who knows? Who knows? We will see. So that is ETH at the moment. Let's go. I want to have a look again at the Forex strength scores, see where we're doing in that. So Euro USD still showing a lot of weakness currently on the day. Euro showing some strength against the yen. Against the dollar. The yen showing some strength, and CHF. So might be worth us just having a look at some of those USD pairs. So Anastasiia, I think it was LJ that I was talking to earlier. We were talking on the AlphaBeta Lab stream about some strength coming back into the dollar. It's trying to do it, but it's struggling to really get any momentum, isn't it?
Well, actually, my GBP USD is starting to drop, so it had a really nice rejection. USD JPY tried to pick up a little bit back to the upside, so I think it's trying to get some movement. The US dollar as well, and some strength in it, but it's struggling for now, because USD JPY is also, if you pull it up, it's around the same zone, so it tried to push back a little bit higher, but it didn't do much so far. I think it's going to be closer to New York, most likely, that it's going to pick up some momentum. Yeah,
and bearing in mind, obviously, we've got the high impact news coming in a few hours as well, with the initial jobless claims and the house builds and things like that. So that's obviously going to move things around a fair bit. Justin, great to have you with us, my friend. I hope we will see you again later or over on the AlphaBeta Lab, or otherwise we'll see you next time on Monday. We'll be back here on the The5ers stream. So we'll look forward to seeing you then. USD JPY I've actually got on the chart at the moment, and it's again this is on the hourly. It's not really showing anything. If you look at it on the 15-minute, it kind of broke out of this cluster, but then it's just carried on doing it on this side. So there isn't really anything. There's nothing clear, is what I'm trying to say. Is, if you look at it, okay, you've got a nice kind of move down, but it hasn't exactly done it with a great impulse. It's just broken this low that it had here, but it's just carried on trickling. So on the EMAs, they're slowly coming down, and we're slowly catching up with the 200 EMA, but it's not anything of great significance. Maria's saying that gold is dropping. Let's see what gold is doing. Gold I had marked out, still hasn't come to that area that I was looking out for. It hasn't broke, or did it? Maybe it did. Let's have a look. Yes, it did break this last area of liquidity and then wicked down. So could be an opportunity for the sellers. I would still be cautious. If anything, you might look for buys coming back up into this area and then selling down. It hasn't broken this one yet. I don't want to see it break this one for it to really confirm the sellers are in control. So yeah, gold is tricky, guys. Gold is I've got the bruises and the scars to prove that gold can be quite nasty. So yeah.
Did close my gold setup at the break even, so it did kick me out. My stop loss there, it kicked me out, so I'm not re-entering right now yet. It's either gonna take the highs and then I'm gonna be looking for a long, or it's gonna take the recent lows created today and I'm gonna looking for a short. But for the current moment being, I'm just staying away because it's in the range. If you look at it like this, Mike, on your time frame as well, it looks like it's ranging. So I would be very careful with it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very, very tricky one to try and catch. I mean, if we look at it on the 1 hour, it's coming into an interesting area right now on the 1 hour where if you looked at, let me just remove this this trade idea. If you look at it, you could argue, it's forming a nice engulfing candle to the downside if it keeps pushing down. But as I said earlier, the last 5 minutes, maybe the last 15 minutes, but generally the last 5 minutes of every hour and every half hour, you will generally see, particularly on gold, you'll see things suddenly change. And that's why you've got to be really, really careful. It's a tricky one to kind of think, all right, look, it's selling. I'm not saying it isn't, but I know that gold can quite easily wick back up on that 1 hour in the next 15-minute candle. And that's more than possible. So you just got to be careful with how it looks from that perspective. You look at this one, for example, what I just was saying about the 5 minute, right? So it couldn't break this 5 minute area and it wicked back up. So if you see this one here, it took this low here and it's wicked up again, and we're now starting to see some bullish momentum come in. So it hasn't been able to break that area yet. So with gold, it is a really tricky one. You've got to be very, very careful because it will, if you watch it, we can watch it now, in fact, in the next 15 minutes. Gold, if we're looking at it right now, so mark the time, it is 13 minutes left, 13 and a half minutes left on the 1 hour candle. That 1 hour candle at the moment looks bullish. Looks bearish, right? It looks like, okay, we're bouncing off the what is it, the 21 EMA or the 50 EMA, and we're going to push down. As I say, I'm not saying that's going to happen or not going to happen, but we need to watch that last 15 minutes of the hour, right? We had this wick here reacting off this one. This one's wicked back up. Now it could quite easily come and take the low and wick back up as it's doing right now, or it could smash through. But you've just got to be really, really careful because those time frames, those kind of windows that I mentioned can swing one way or the other, right? If we look at it right now, that 15-minute candle, there you go. What I was just mentioning, it's come down. Everyone would have thought, oh, we're going selling. Right, let's get into sells. That's not confirmed yet because you're trying to catch it mid-move. If it does break that level, which it just has done, then we can start to talk about potential sells, right? Then we can start to say, right, okay, now it looks like sellers are in control. We've got this nice big engulfing candle on the 5 minute. That's now a nice opportunity to sell. So gold, if you're going to try and trade gold, try and trade it at really key support and resistance levels. Try not to catch it mid-move where it is right now. If we look at it where it is right now, it's basically halfway between this low here and this high here.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle now.
Yeah, so you've just got if you try to short it now, yeah, I mean, in many ways, I would say, yeah, that's a short because you've got this bearish engulfing candle on the 5 minute, but that's still got a minute and 40 seconds left, and it's just hit the 200 EMA, meaning it could now shoot up. So, yeah, exactly, Akash. It is like trying to catch a knife, a very sharp one as well. So, you've got to use the strategy that works for you guys, and you've got to use what you're comfortable with. But I've been trading gold pretty much since I started trading, learned the hard way as to how vicious it can be. And you've got to have a really, really clear understanding of your strategy and be very, very, very regimented and disciplined to stick to it. I would say probably more so on any other asset. I think gold warrants a lot of back testing to really have that edge for you to make profits from it. I know, Anastasiia, you do trade gold and silver as well.
Yeah.
What's your take on it in terms of those assets, and how you might approach them against others?
First of all, I never move my stop loss to break even, or barely ever on this ones. If I'm, let's say like this, if I'm 50-50 on the setup like today, I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even because I see there is a very high chance that it's gonna reverse against me, and then I'd rather get out. Now, like yesterday, for example, I had a one-way bias, directional bias, and I was very, very short on this. I was very bearish on this, and that's, in this case, I'm not moving my stop loss to break even because it likes to go back to the same zone several times and take you out.
Yep.
Before it actually moves, which we did yesterday. So if I was moving my stop loss to break even, it would kick me out 2 or 3 times. So first of all, I do not move my stop loss to break even on these assets if I'm like very, very biased in one direction. And secondly, for gold and silver and in general, the metals, they like, I do like how they move on volume. I know everyone has their own strategy, but they do move from one volume area to another. And now, if you guys trade volume, do not trade these assets when they are in the volume area, like gold is right now. So before, when I was in a trade, it was above the volume area. Now it came back inside of it, and if it's in consolidation, then there is a 50-50 chance it's going to go, and it's going to go so fast, unlike, for example, currency pairs, that you don't have time to react on this. So if it's in the volume zone, I'd say do not trade it. So another way saying that is like, just if you have a very strong bias direction, then if you have 50-50 and you have several setups, like for example, I have now both buy and sell setup on gold, then I'm gonna wait and I'm not gonna do anything with it. But I have love-hate relationship with gold. Actually, the past 2 months was really, really good. And until that, I didn't trade gold for about 2 years to 3 years. So that is the first time now that I came back to gold after years of not touching it at all.
Yeah, gold is one of those things where you can fall out of love with it quite quickly, and then you can fall back in love with it again quite quickly as well. If you look at gold, generally speaking, it does have a trend, right? But as you can see, it breaks trends and pulls back up and then carries on. So it is a tricky asset to trade, and you've really got to know it. You've really got to kind of spend the time to back test it and understand it and get a feel for it. It's one of the most traded assets in the world. That's why it moves so much, and that's why it has so much liquidity. It's one that can really catch you out. Let's see what we're looking at in the last 5 minutes of this move. Theoretically, you could argue that it is a break and retest. I mean, this would be a nice setup that Alex would probably quite like. We had this structure here on the 5 minute. We've broken that structure on this move here. We've come down to the 66, and we're pushing up. We haven't come up to this area here yet, up to the kind of the 352s. But potentially we may still see that happen because of the way it's wicking right now down here. If we are talking about gold, then again, I'm going to selfishly plug the AlphaBeta Lab, because we have got a course from one of the best gold traders that I know, from Daniel, here on the AlphaBeta Lab. So we've had 100 people go through this course, and you can see here, all the people that have gone through it. The comments that we've had on this course have been very, very positive. So highly recommend you go in and take a look. That is there free of charge. You can go in and check that out on the AlphaBeta Lab for you to go through. So make sure you go and check that out. M76, they are video courses. They're broken down into modules, and there is also a corresponding text and visuals and everything else that goes with it. So The one from Daniel is what we've described as kind of legacy old school, because he's doing a screen share and he's talking you through it. But the other courses that we're doing as well, we've got professional video editors coming in and producing all of the kind of the visuals that go with it. So make sure you do check that out. Louis is doing it at the moment. It really is of great insight. Daniel, the way he trades, to give you a very, very brief understanding or brief idea, what Daniel looks at, I'm going to pull up a different gold feed just so I've got a clean chart. And let me turn off those indicators. So what Daniel does is he looks at what he calls the contraction, expansion, and trend. So what he would look for is he generally looks at it working in waves of 3, possibly 4. But what he would look for is he would look for a contraction. Now, a contraction by his definition is something like this here. So we have what's called a mother candle, this one here in the middle here. And then on either side of it, the bodies sit within that central body. So you can see it there. Let me just make that a different color so you guys can see it better. So this one here, you have a mother candle, and then either side of it, the bodies are sitting within it. And then what he's looking for is he is looking for the high and then the low to be taken, and then a move that breaks out. And that would have been this move here. So he would have entered probably, I suspect, maybe on this one here. And he would set his stop loss below it and then just let it run until he sees the next contraction. If you look for another one, let's see if we can find another contraction. Here's another one. We've got one here. There's a contraction there. Just there. You can see that there. It takes the low, it takes the high and pushes on up. Again, nice big long move. Now these are 4-hour time frames, right? So they will take a while to play out. What Daniel will do is he would take a trade that looks, let's say he would take a trade on that area. What he would do is he would take something that looks a bit like this. Now, this isn't exactly how it is. I highly recommend you go and take the course, but he would put his stops down here and he would let it run. Now, what he would do is he would do a 50% close of his position at the first standard deviation. So this one here, and his standard deviations are generally based on the mother candle, but it depends. Again, it's all in the course, but generally speaking, it's based on the mother candle. And what he's doing is he's saying, right, okay, in actual fact, that one's actually not a contraction because the body doesn't actually sit within it. But hopefully you guys get what I'm saying. He then closes at 50% of the first standard deviation. Then each one, he would close another 10%. So at each of these levels, he would close 10% until he's got 10% left. And then he just lets that one run. So he's always got something running until the next trade presents itself. And then he goes in again. And that's Daniel's approach to gold. Really, really solid, simple strategy. Works very, very well. He has made a lot of money from trading gold that way. He has spent years and years and years fine-tuning and going through his strategy on that. And as I say, it is working incredibly well for him. We are getting a move back on gold. Remember how I said that last 5 minutes on gold in the hour, got a minute and a half left or a minute and 50 seconds left, and it's shot back up. Those last 5 minutes, they can do all sorts in gold. They really can. So it can really change the sentiment very, very quickly. And that 1 hour candle, remember I said there's a 1 hour candle and it was looking very, very bearish, wasn't it? Look at it now. Suddenly, that looks like a very, very bullish candle. In my mind, if it keeps going up for the next minute and a half, it looks like quite a strong bullish candle. So with gold, you've really got to be careful about where you position yourself and where you look for entries and exits. Because as I say, it can be a nasty little thing that catches you when you least expect it. Yeah. There you go, as it continues to go higher on the 5 minute as well. So there we go. Yeah, Maria, please do check it out. It is a great course. Daniel spent a lot of time putting that together. It is something really, really worth checking out. Those of you asking, if you want to access it, all you've got to do is go to the link that I'm going to stick on the screen this second. Where is it? There we go. Go to that URL, sign up. It's completely free. You don't have to pay a penny. It is entirely for free, and you can come in and join the AlphaBeta Lab with over 800 other traders in there, sharing their journey, sharing their strategies, sharing their trade setups. Go in and check it out. We'd love to have you with us. And yeah, that course is in there along with other courses as well. We've got a fundamentals course right now from Dirk. We've also got a mental awareness course from Louise Bedford as well. And we're working on others all the time to bring more to you. So it is definitely worth checking out. And yeah, let us know what you think. We also do our own live streams on our AlphaBeta Lab. So come check us out. Sorry, that was a lot of me talking. Apologies.
No worries, Mike. I think everyone is enjoying it and everyone is really interested in AlphaBeta Lab as well. I had questions seen in the chat that people asking how to join, so it's good that you posted another link one more time so people can find it out. I think it's priceless, you know. There are so many different courses and this and that, and it's all paid, and people go and they spend lots of money, and in the end of the day they buy a cat in a bag and they don't know what it's going to be. In the end of the day, you know, they spend thousands of dollars on something that doesn't in the end work for them. So I think this is just amazing that AlphaBeta Lab is, first of all, for free. You know, there is a community of actual active traders who also questions, help each other. It's priceless.
Yeah, absolutely. William's saying we need your school, Anastasiia. Oh, we need your school. I didn't know you had a school as well, Anastasiia. That's a new one by me. I know you do many other things outside of. I didn't realize you were running a school as one of those side projects.
Nope.
William is maybe confusing it with something else. Kaya's asking, how is your project 500 to 1 million going?
I'll give you guys updates on their AlphaBeta Lab.
There you go. There's another reason for you to go into the AlphaBeta Lab, guys, to find out how 500 to 1 million is going. Let's look at that 1 hour candle, because it has now closed. And sure enough, where it looked really, really bearish is now all of a sudden looking not so convincing. So as I think Musa said, I refuse taking break even on gold when I'm out. It moves to my take profit point. Was in drawdown, but now it's not. But then it was in drawdown then, but not now. It's moving. So yeah, gold can really whipsaw you around. So you got to be very, very careful with it. Louis, sorry I missed this. Louis saying that GJ is moving. Where's GJ? There we go. There's GJ. GJ certainly did sell on that last candle, didn't it? Came down very nicely. That looks like a very interesting move. On the 1 hour, showing a lot of bearish momentum. I'm just trying to see whether there's anything on the different time frames for it to come and target. Certainly some nice confirmations of pushing down. I'm just no, those are all different highs, so it looks like a very, very nice opportunity for sells to come in. You've got an engulfing candle here, you've got another one down here. So GJ looks like it could be good for sells. Kavika saying 4 hour candle just started. Oh, I see, William. He's saying we need to create a new one for AlphaBeta Lab with Anastasiia. I shall have a conversation with Anastasiia offline, and we'll see what we can do. I am. Those of you who don't know, I'll be leading the AlphaBeta Lab as Alex is moving on to onto new projects. So so yes, I will be taking over the AlphaBeta Lab project, moving things forward. So big shoes to fill, very big shoes to fill, but very excited about what's in store. So Anastasiia and I will have a conversation offline and see if we can get her more involved somehow with the AlphaBeta Lab.
Mike, I can't imagine a better person to lead the AlphaBeta Lab than you. So I'm sure you will.
You're very kind. You're very kind. Well, we'll see. Let's give it time. It's early days, but certainly very, very excited. Calby, the URL is in the description, but is on the screen right now as well. Very simple, all one word, thealphabetalab.com. You can sign up for free. There's a sign up button there, and you can go in there. That sounded like a notification, Anastasiia, of something big. What has just happened? What are we missing?
The GPY that moved in our zone. So I'm gonna alert so it doesn't keep popping up. Sorry guys, 1 second. That is like a notification that you can't miss, you know. They really did it. Got it right.
That's the one. It's like, okay, yeah, don't miss this. It's like, do not miss this trade.
Exactly. It's so annoying that you have to get back and turn it off. Anyway, so USD JPY did come back to my zone. So what we're looking at here, let me just pull up the drawings. What we are looking at here is that we had this consolidation. It's now coming back to the point of control of the previous week, which we broke today during the night, yesterday. And today during the night, we are coming back down to the volume zone. So I'm looking for the long opportunity right now for USD JPY. We also did take this highs. So we took the recent sell levels. I'm going to be looking for the continuation to the upside on UJ. And the biggest reason for this is the weekly time frame. We are right on the weekly support as well. And this week is looking like it's going to close with a nice week to the downside as well. So we see like a nice week being created. I don't think we're going to come down unless something big happens any lower than this. So I'm expecting UJ to run all the way. It looks like a very good opportunity for swing as well. So let's see how this one is going to play out. But I'm going to be looking for the longs now. So let's see. It's going to pull back and show us some confirmations.
M76 is asking or commenting, said, I thought you said don't trade in volume areas, but this isn't a volume area, is it, Anastasiia? This is a point of control, which is somewhat slightly different.
Yeah, so you don't trade when the price is consolidating in the volume areas, right? If you look at how the price reacted, that was a volume area. So what you want is, well, let me just draw it. When you have the volume area, right, you have the block of volume, you don't want to trade when the price is inside of the zone, because it's eventually accumulating the volume and it can break down to most of the sides. So what you want to do is you want to wait for some kind of boomerang move. You want to wait for the price to go out of the zone, come back, and then take a buy. Or in the other scenario, it goes to the downside, makes a boomerang move. So you want to see the space between the volume and the price, and then the price goes down, you take it a short. So what we see here for UJ, we see that the price went to the upside from this volume zone. So this is a volume zone here, right? The price went to the upside. We have a space between the price and the volume. It comes back down now, and I'm going to be taking it for a long because this is the highest volume node right here. So the price goes out of it and then comes back and rejects it. You can see it as some kind of support or resistance levels, if you wish so. Yeah,
exactly. There you go. Yeah. Anastasiia definitely doesn't just enter, and she does wait for the setup. So absolutely. A few of you are talking about GU going long again.
Yeah, GU is.
You closed your GU, didn't you? Did you close your GU, Anastasiia?
It's still running. It's still running because look at this candle. I was looking for this candle 8 minutes ago. It closed. We had a very nice week to the upside. We had a nice closure on the hourly time frame as well. So we see like the strength of sellers was picking up, and now it's pushing back up again. It It's been testing my patience, so I'm probably going to get out of this right now. I don't see it going very well.
It is rather tricky.
Yeah.
There is liquidity higher up on the half hour, major liquidity higher up. So there's certainly stuff to be taken. But then the thing that I then struggle with is that's then against the narrative of dollar showing strength against the yen, for example. So it might be worth us having a look at the Dixie to see what the Dixie's doing. The Dixie actually is starting to sell off. So the Dixie is in a bit of a downward trend right now. On the half hour, for example, we've broken the previous lows of the day. We may see some further weakness to the dollar coming in. I think when you look at it, we've broken a structure and we've just come back to previous structure. If we look at it here, you can see we kind of consolidated down, tried to break up, broke down, couldn't really do it. Finally broke down before Easter, so last week. Broke down, pulled back up, but we're now back to that same area again. So it's really struggling to find any clear sentiment on the dollar, because nobody really knows what Trump's game plan is. There's just a lot of uncertainty. So yeah. Oil, Umair is asking about oil. I know it's not one that you've traded recently, Anastasiia, but is one that you look at from time to time. I know it was one that you did trade quite frequently. Have you looked at oil at all this week?
No, not yet, but we can have a look at that. So, a quick update on GU. I did close it, and eventually, if it goes here and breaks the low, I can just re-enter it, right? If it does something like this. So I'm not going to try to hold it any further. So I cut my losses. I got out of this because I don't like this move to the upside right at the hourly opening. So I closed it here, right? I cut my stop loss by around 30% of what could have been a 30% more. So if it goes back down, I'm going to get my lovely notification from TradingView again, and I'm going to potentially re-enter it if it closes below this recent week again. And oil, that's something we looked at last week, and that's something what actually happened. So it did go to this level. So it's the same zone we talked about last week. So the last week I was talking about this zone, the price going up from, or this zone, the price going up from, and we are still holding this one zone, as we can see. So the price is now, I think, bullish. I don't see any bearish outlook for now. We have a big volume zone here that the price has been holding massively. And another confirmation for me is on the 15-minute time frame. What we see is the price accumulating constant volume, rejecting it. That was a beautiful buy opportunity, actually. Right now, maybe, but it's a little tricky because it's already moving. I don't like entering like this, but it is a good restore reward potentially on this one. It has been also consolidating here, so I'm not quite sure how far it's going to break. If it only goes here, it's still 1 to 2.5 restore reward. If it goes further, it can be up to 1 to 4.5 restore reward on this one.
William says that you say that GU was retesting your patience, and that you're always looking as cool as the nerves must be inside then. Anastasiia is cool as a cucumber, as they say in the UK. The nerves are very rarely shown, although if anyone caught the event last Thursday, so this time last week, when the 5ers were taking on Trade the Pool, you have never seen Anastasiia more concentrated and more focused than last Thursday, when it was like, right. Anastasiia was like game face on, right? This is it, like lock and loaded, let's go. We're gonna do this. So yeah, if you didn't catch that, make sure you go and check that out. It was the last hour and a half or so, I think, of the stream last Thursday. Go and check it out. The5ers took on the Trade the Pool team in a live trading battle. So yeah, it was quite something to behold.
Yes, well, someone was asking also about FOMO. It's like when you get FOMO, you just get out of the market. When you learn that your FOMO costs you too much, you start being able to recognize it and just get out. You know, like at the moment I started to value my peace more than the money that I'm making or potentially can make from the money, I started actually doing better because I just want my peace. I don't want to be stressed the whole day around, sitting in front of my screen and, you know, being afraid and stressed and nervous, you know, because it also affects the rest of my life besides obviously the trading part. So I'm like, you know what, like one good trade in the morning, if it takes me 30 minutes, that's good enough. Like I'm done for the day. You know, that's it. I don't care what is going on more because I don't want to get stressed. I don't want to spend more time on it. I want to go and actually do some other things, like live my life. If it comes, well, it's, not really, because the same thing counts, right? If I'm gonna jump in the trade too early, or like the trade that I'm 50-50 unbiased, then I'm gonna regret it later because I'm gonna be stuck probably in this for an entire day. My whole entire day of my life is gonna be gone. So it's, you know, you need to start value your peace more than the money that you want to make from the market, and then it becomes easier for you to get detached from what is going on.
Absolutely. Demigod Records is saying, how are you dealing with the Trump volatility? I don't know if you're referring to the state of my account or the state of Anastasia's accounts, or just the mental toll that it's taking on us. But I mean, look, it depends on which way you look at it. It's providing opportunity, it's moving the markets, it's providing volatility. I think I don't know about you, Anastasia, the struggle I'm finding is that there's less routine to it. You know, there's less structure to it, in the sense that you don't really know which way things are going to play out. And all of a sudden, Trump wakes up, posts something onto social media, and everything goes a little bit nuts. And you can't really foresee that happening. Obviously, with economic news events, we know that those are coming, and we know that there are certain, you know, ways that things play out for those. That's easier to trade in some ways because we know it, whereas we don't know what Trump is going to say next. And I think that's generally across the market. When I've, you know, spoken to others who have kind of contacts in the actual, you know, institutional trading, institutional traders, they're saying the same thing. They're just trying to position themselves into more risk off positions, so that they're not caught offside when Trump says something that they weren't expecting, which is happening more often than not.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think also it's became much easier for me to trade intraday than swing, because for even intra week or like 2 weeks, you can't really predict what is going to happen with Trump. Within one day, it's much more doable. So I started to take many more trades short term, a couple of hours on average, than holding it. But for example, last year, I used to hold trades 2-3 days until I close them off. So it's a different approach that you take with a different market sentiment.
Yeah, exactly. Trade like paradise, once is enough. No need to keep posting. I do good analysis, but I am not able to get confirmation. Please tell me the reason. I couldn't tell you. First question is, how do you know you're doing good analysis? That's the first thing. Because if you're doing good analysis but you're not getting confirmations, then there's something off. Best thing to do is to go back and back test and go and try and look at previous market structure and previous setups. You know, you can do it live, you know, forward testing, but do it on a demo account. Journal it, track it, and see what is working, what isn't working. That's the best thing you could do. I can't tell you the reason, and I'm sure Anastasiia won't be able to tell you the reason, because we don't know what you're trading, how you're trading, etc. But if you believe you're doing good analysis, go and confirm it, go and back test it and check it, and see if you can find confirmations on your back testing. Anything to add on that, Anastasiia?
No, I completely agree with you, Mike. It's like you can't give it advice when you don't see the trade journal, you don't see the behavior of the person during the trading, right? And everything. So backtesting and figuring out your best 3 setups, your 3 best confirmation, a kind of setup. That's what you want to find out.
Chris is saying Trump is not in the back testing. That's a fair point. Well, he is, in the sense that he was there from 2016 to 2020, but or 2017 to 2020. But yes, you make a good point there, Chris. He's not in the back testing, but market structure still remains the same, right? There is a reason why we are. We're all still finding opportunities. We're all still finding setups and everything else. Maybe what we just need to do is just change the way we trade. Alex made a very good point the other day. The way it looks now, you just need to widen your stop losses, for example. So, for example, on an EU trade where he might have had a 10 pip stop loss, he's maybe now going to 20 or 30 pip stop loss. Just have to adjust because the market structure is still there. I think it's just harder to try and catch the moves as to which direction they're going to go. What's the best channel? Trump himself. If you really want the news straight off the bat, go to Truth Social. I guess I'm not promoting or suggesting you sign up, but that's where he posts, I think.
You can't really, you're not going to be faster than institutional traders. Like, you cannot be faster than that because you need to react on it also, besides being able to hear it first and receive the news. So I don't think that should be the goal overall. I think the goal should be able to manage your risks correctly in the current market reality, right? Because you cannot receive this news first. It's like you shouldn't be not sleeping for 24/7 then. Because I don't know when this guy sleeps. I don't think he's the one who's posting all of this information 24/7, because sometimes it's like 3 a.m., 2 a.m. in the US and something comes out. So it's not predictable. It's not, you cannot plan it out. And you should be able to just manage your risk accordingly and being able to recognize that sometimes your stop losses may be hit because something is going to come out, and accept it. And it is what it is. You cannot do anything about it. That's why managing the risk right now in the current market is extremely crucial. Yeah, absolutely.
Maria makes an interesting point here, Anastasiia, about the apparent controversy re-back testing. I'd probably say that's a little bit of a stronger word, but I suppose it's the sentiment around backtesting that some people love it and a lot do not agree, as they say it won't be a reflection on the future price action. What's your thought on that? I've got my opinion, but I'm keen to know your thought on that.
My thought is very simple. You have 2 options. You can go and backtest your strategy and test it and find out the setups that work the best. You can use different market conditions. For example, the current 2 months since Trump has become a president, 3 months already since he is in the presidential office. You can test the period when he was a president in the first term. You can test the period when Biden was. You can test it in different conditions, including COVID, and you can kind of come out at least in some kind of statistics. Right? And you're going to be able to specify your specific strategy, entries, exits, and see what works best for you, risk to reward, risk management, and so on. Now, that's one approach. And the second approach is just YOLO it and try to win it and just go and forward test. But forward testing is also what? You are testing it now. Let's say the demo account or the real account, it doesn't matter. You're going to test it for the next 3 months. You're going to have 3 months of data. But at the moment you start trading, that's going to be the past data already anyway. So you're going to be still going in the future, trying to predict the future price action on the past 3 months. So the forward testing is the same back testing. You just spend lots of time on it because in back testing you can test, let's say, a month in like 3 days, or if you take it slow, you can backtest a month and a week. So in 4 weeks, you're going to have 4 months, 6 months of backtesting. That's half a year of data. Forward testing, you have to sleep, eat, live your life. So you will eventually trade 5-6 hours, max 8 hours per day. 10 hours if you're really dedicated. There are 24 hours in a day. That's more than twice less than the actual market data that you have, which means you're not getting the information when is your best times to trade, when you are, how long your average trade duration is, how you should be entering the market, which trading session, and what are the hours when you are average losing and you should be staying away. So you're missing out on this whole information when you are doing the forward testing. So my approach is very simple. Do what gives you more data and more information, which is backtesting. Because forward testing, at the moment you start applying it, becomes the same backtesting, but with less amount of data that you have on hand.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I note obviously Maria's point about not being able to see future price action, but it's not about where price is going to go. You look at the chart. I think somebody said, Kozia Capital says, the chart is your window, but you manage your risk, you manage your strategy, you manage your positions in the setups. Then, particularly on Forex, because Forex is up and down, right? Less trending than say gold or the indices. But if you back test it, then you are definitely in a stronger position to be able to spot those setups when they come up. Let's see. You can't backtest for Trump. I classify him in the natural disaster category. You can predict. Abu Bakr, I don't disagree with you. But I think the reality is that if you want to find your edge, you need to be able to find your setups. Whether it's with Trump or not, that doesn't matter. That's Trump will simply move the markets. It's your job as a trader to understand which way is it going to go. If you're trying to preempt and guess what Trump is going to do next, then you're just wasting your time. Whereas if you try and trade the reaction to what Trump says, a bit like with what NFP used to be, right? Essentially, what Trump is now is Trump is like a daily NFP in many ways, right? And you just have to trade the setups, you have to trade the structure. And so, yes, you won't have Trump in the back testing, but market structure is market structure, right? And you just have to adjust your approach to your trading. As I said earlier, maybe you need to go for wider stop losses. Maybe you need to go for less ambitious take profits. I don't know, but there is there is elements to that that you just need to adjust accordingly. And Maria makes a very good point. Find something that fits your lifestyle, but also your mental state. Yeah, exactly. Somebody like Jonatan much prefers swing trading. Alex much prefers the day trading. I know that they both have tried the opposite ways, or Alex is going to try and do the opposite way. We'll see how it plays out for him. What have you got up for us at the moment, Anastasiia?
This is S&P 500. We had the questions earlier about that. I'm still holding it. It's in a little bit of drawdown, but we are testing this volume area here, the next one already. So this is the zone. So I'm going to keep holding it until we break above the previous highs. So I have quite a wide stop loss here, but still, the take profit is at least 3 times higher that I'm aiming for. So I'm going to keep holding it, but most likely S&P 500 is going to move closer to New York opening already. And what we see on the footprint chart on the 5-minute time frame is that the price is still rejecting the same zone here. We had several testings, and we are holding between the recent cluster volume, which was created 30 minutes ago, and the volume that was created during this downwards movement right now. So I'm holding it. I don't see it's going too bad. I just think it's consolidating until the market opening in New York.
Excellent. I did see some questions about gold. We mentioned it earlier, but we'll mention it again. Gold theoretically could go long, but it also could go short right now. It's just consolidating. Gold is not one that I would want to call right now. It is pretty much basically in the middle of this original move. So whatever you do with gold, just be careful, is my advice to you guys. That is almost it for us for today. We are going to be coming up with the AlphaBeta Lab weekly podcast very, very shortly. So all that really leaves us to say for the meantime is, Anastasiia, what should people be looking out for over the coming days? Have you got any kind of pearls of wisdom that you want to leave people with, or maybe you're going to stick around for the AlphaBeta Lab podcast and share pearls of wisdom for us there? I don't know.
Let's do it next week. I'll have to run today. I'm gonna listen in the back, but won't be able to be on the stream itself today. But quite honest with you, it's the end of the week. I'd say that the rest is crucial, because in the beginning, when I just got into trading, you just are all excited and you wanna just trade 24/7, and you wish the market was never closed. This is why a lot of people go and trade crypto, because it's 7 days a week they can trade. But you just, it's human to be able to get tired, and it's important to rest and detach, especially if you didn't have the best week, but also if you had a very amazing trading week and profitable week. Because you need to detach from whether the bad results and the good results from this week to be able to go in the next one already with cool head and a clear view of the market. So I'd say just rest, and this is what I will do during the weekend. Sunday is my day off. I'm not even answering messages usually, just because I'm not looking at my screen at the most I can. And this is something that I only started doing years into trading, and it had a really, really positive effect on the results overall, to be honest.
Excellent stuff. Excellent. Guys, if you want to see more from Anastasiia, her links are in the description. She has her Telegram and things like that. She is, of course, in with the AlphaBeta Lab community as well. So make sure you to join us up there. In the meantime, thank you very much, Anastasiia. Always a pleasure. These Thursday sessions with you are always good fun. We will be back in a minute, guys. But we'll see you in a minute.
Thank you, Mike.
There we have it, guys. It is time for our weekly AlphaBeta Lab podcast, and today I'm hoping to have some legends with me once again. I can see them, flexing their muscles, getting ready. Oh, look at those guns! He's ready to jump in here. It is the one and only. It is the 5ers performance coach. It is Richie Rich. How are you doing, Rich?
Hey, how we doing? I'm good. It's I'm excited to be on. I'm hoping am I muted? I'm not muted.
No, we can hear you good. Good.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what you've got for us today. If there's anything you want to dive into.
Absolutely. Always. We also have the quasi king. We have Victor in with us as well. Victor, good to see you, my friend.
Hello. How are you guys doing today?
Very good, mate. Very good. And we also have LJ, our new colleague, my new colleague from the AlphaBeta Lab. LJ, good to see you, mate.
Hello, guys. How are we doing?
Good stuff. Good stuff. So, guys, those of you who aren't familiar with the format for the AlphaBeta Lab podcast, this is something a little bit different. We don't take a look at the charts. This is a no chart segment for our weekly live stream, where we just take a bit of time just to think about the ins and outs of tradings from different perspectives, whether it be the mental side of it, whether it be our strategies or how we cope with those strategies. So yeah, that's how we approach things. This is totally unscripted. We come into this with total open minds. Nothing is kind of sat in front of us where we're like, right, okay, we're going to talk about this week. We come in with our own ideas and our own topics that we want to bring up. I know that Victor and Rich very often have something that's on their minds that they want to bring to the table. Have you guys got anything in particular that you wanted to kind of bring to our audience this week?
I kind of led with something last week, and I've got some juice for today. But the thing is, it's always the deep end of the pool. So maybe we'll warm up to it, and then because it's a bit heavy hitting, and it's a bit of a reality check. So maybe we'll save that for a little while. But yeah, if you guys have got something that you want to dive into, maybe something a bit lighter. I'm all
Rich is thinking something a little bit lighter. Okay, all right. So we're not going to go for the heavy starch just yet. We're going to go for the light, kind of salad first, and then go for the starch afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Victor, what about you?
I was thinking, asking myself, what can we do today? Something not like like a backtesting project, which is very fundamental to getting to know your edge, things like that, which can be a project on itself, right? It can take weeks and sometimes even months to build your system, things like that. But what can we do today? That's something, that can be something quite light. What can we do today to improve our trading? That as a starting question.
Wow, that's one hell of a question, really. What's one thing that you could do today to improve your trading? LJ, you've been trading for almost 11 years now, I think, if I'm not aging you too much there.
No, not quite.
What's
not
one thing that
too hard yet?
What's one thing that you think you could start today to improve your trading? Maybe it's not, well, it could be yourself, it could be somebody else.
Yeah, I guess I hate the word balance, I suppose, but as far as outside of doing all the technical stuff and all the sort of background work for trading, I guess is I mean, it always comes down to mental clarity, that kind of stuff. I think healthy mind, healthy body, that kind of thing. I definitely would say fitness, at least for me, is a big part of that. Going to the gym, training, just getting outside, whether it's just going for a walk, that kind of stuff. A bit of sort of more strenuous activity, I think, is good. I think it definitely clears you up, refreshes you, takes you away from the charts, that kind of thing as well. You get all the good endorphins, all that kind of stuff. If you are having a bad day on the market or whatever, maybe take a pause, do something like that, and then come back to it an hour, 2 hours later, and you might find you now feel good, clear, and you're able to pick it up again from there.
Interesting. So LJ's basically what you're saying is to improve your trading, one thing to do today is to walk away, not trade, almost. Get out,
yeah,
so
sort of.
Walk away from the charts.
Yeah, in the way of it's almost like other people might do something like meditation or something like that. Something that just sort of wipes the slate clean. I mean, a good example of it is always, you're having a terrible time, stuff's, everything's going wrong at the wrong times in your life or something, and often, you just go to sleep, you wake up the next day and you're like, oh, it's not so bad, and you're refreshed and you can, you're clear and you're like, okay, now I'm going to hit it and start solving problems. Something you can do interim during the day is definitely, a bit of physical exercise or team sport or anything like that to pull you away from things. So,
excellent.
What about you,
Rich?
Mike?
Me, what could I do? One thing is probably too little to improve my trading. I probably need to do several things today to improve my trading. I think the one thing that I'm guilty of is I'm a perfectionist, right? I've always been a perfectionist. I've always liked focusing on detail and focusing on just getting things just right. And throughout my trading journey, I have spent the last 2 and a bit years picking up different bits and pieces from various different people. The problem with that is that I then can have a tendency to overcomplicate things. And so, especially if you're in a position where your trading isn't quite going how you'd want it to, and you want to kind of move in the right direction again, or you just want to take the next level up, sometimes less is more. In fact, very often less is more with trading. Understanding things from a more basic level and not overcomplicating it too much can help you just to see a bit more clearly. It's that old phrase of seeing the woods through the trees, and having that clarity of what you see can sometimes just give you that grounding, I suppose. So probably one of my things is to simplify how I trade. When I have done over the past few weeks, Alex himself has said, he's spotted a real change in my trading when I have simplified things and not gone too complex. And it's been proof in the pudding with some of the trades I've been catching. So I think for me, it's probably more just taking that step back and simplifying things a little bit more than maybe they are as a natural tendency for myself. How about you, Rich?
So LJ went and basically hit a home run on every single base out there. So one of the things
he did.
You touched on was clarity of mind, and then what you did is you touched on all these other wonderful things that help build clarity of mind. But for myself, what I've noticed is some of those things, they turn into tick box exercises. So for an example, right, go to the gym. Terrible example, I've got dad bod, but let's say when I used to go to the gym. So it turned into this, I've got to go to the gym. Whereas going to the gym is going to release all them endorphins. It's going to do everything good and get me away from trading, get me away from the screen, have a break. And I think sometimes the thing that can really help our trading is knowing, yes, we want clarity of mind, but why are we doing the things that we're doing? So imagine taking an itinerary of everything you did in a day. And this is a really powerful exercise. It's something I've done more recently. Right, I've got to go and back test my edge. Why? What's the purpose of you back testing your edge? Otherwise, what we do is we end up filling up our mind with another 10 things to do every day. And we kind of skip the purpose of what these things are doing for us. So we finish the day, we go, hey, I'm really productive. But we also want to feel like we're growing. And part of having a really good structured day, for me, it's knowing that the things I'm doing are bringing me closer towards my goals. And so when you said having a clear mind, dude, I'm all about decluttering a mind, because I think if you have a busy mind, you're just not going to perform in anything you do. You won't be present. You'll be constantly stressed. And I'm sort of talking from my own experience. So going to the gym, brilliant. Eating better, brilliant. Going to bed at a good time, brilliant. Reading a book, fantastic. But making that connection of why we're doing these things and then really internalizing, I'm going to the gym because it's going to help me switch off. So we're trying to take it from I've got to go and do this to I'm excited about doing this because it's going to help me become a better trader. And so that's kind of been a personal mission, is how clear can I get my mind? And not from the sense of I just want to fill my day up with doing these small, insignificant tasks, but recognizing that each task I'm doing is clearing a new space, is getting rid of that one-time task. It could be going through your wardrobe and chucking out 20 old t-shirts. It sounds as dumb as it sounds, but you do it once and it's a weight off your mind. And I think sometimes we're so busy in that tornado of trading, but what it's doing is just reflecting how quick we're spinning around in our own personal lives, and coming back to that sense of how can I really clear my mind and how can I support my daily activities towards that end. And then everything must have a purpose. And if it doesn't, then it's just noise. And asking yourself, why are you doing it? Why are you going to the gym if it's not helping you? And so I guess I'm trying to basically piggyback on top of LJ's because I've got nothing. And so you touched on everything that was super important as a trader, but bringing that connection to why are these things important. Otherwise, it turns into this, we need to do this and this and this and this. And I think motivation just falls away when we don't know why we're doing those things, right?
There was
Awesome. I think.
Sorry, go ahead,
Go
Victor.
No, I was gonna say, you guys are not only LJ, but you as well, Rich. You're touching all the bases. You're not leaving much to say for me. What I wanted to say is slightly different. But you guys are basically saying it just from your own perspective. But it's basically the same thing. LJ, you mentioned resetting or taking a step back. Rich, you're saying about looking for that purpose, and in order for you to do that, you need to stop doing what you're doing to actually think. And that is what I was gonna say. What I can do today to, and this is something that I do regularly, and I suppose I recommend everyone doing it regularly. One thing is to remind myself that I know it sounds weird, but to remind myself, zoom out a little bit, right? Stepping back, zoom out a little bit and realize I'm just one person in billions of people, right? I'm insignificant, right? I don't want to be talking down to myself, but I'm insignificant in the greater scheme of things. And that doesn't go well with, having an ego, right? An ego is all about you. But when you realize that you are just one tiny grain in a beach of sand, right? And when you bring things into perspective, you get less emotional attached to things, because it doesn't really matter in the long run, right? We are only here on this planet, a number of years. We're gone, right? And it sounds like, it doesn't sound very positive, but when you think about that, you can be able to let go of your fear of living, or your fear of the outcome of something, anything, right? Trading included. And I think that's something that I it's a balance, even though that's a word you don't like, LJ, but it's a balance, because you can't just become indifferent either, right? If you become indifferent, then you're not going to have a focus, you're not going to have a purpose, because it doesn't matter. I don't matter. But that's not the case. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. That you got to have a balance, that it's not all about you either. That's the other side of the spectrum. It's not only about you. The market is doing this to me, I lost that, I need to reach this goal. And it's somewhere in between, that balance. And the only way to recalibrate where is the optimal spot on that spectrum, on that continuum, is by taking a step back. It's by realizing why you're doing that list, Rich. It's because you're trying to, of course, achieve something, but if we step back, we can have a better perspective of everything, including the fact that it doesn't really matter if you had a loss today. Right? When you can put it into a perspective, a proper perspective, it's just one day, it's a learning experience. You keep on, you can reset, come back. That walk you mentioned, it can be anything, but a walk is a great tip to gain that perspective, to have that balanced view of everything you among in your reality, in the universe. We're a tiny speck. And of course, our ego will argue, no, we are everything. But when you get that balance between those two, I think is you're putting yourself in the best place to be effective without being overwhelmed by the day-to-day of each action and reaction you get from reality.
So yeah, I agree. I think the other thing with the physical activity type thing is it's totally non-intellectual as well, right? So you're doing something totally different to, going over charts, numbers, statistics, macro data, whatever it is you're doing. It's a completely different thing. So it forces you to actually step away and disconnect. The other part I would say to it as well, it's good to it's something you can do every single day. And even if you are taking a bit of a loss, bit of an L in the market, if you've gone and done that, you've got the win, right? So stacking those sort of small wins every single day, making that incremental progress. And gym is, whether it's whatever training you're doing, kind of like markets, you should be going for sort of a longer term, just compounding gains. It's very small bits every single day. Like if you go to the gym one day, you get nothing from it. Come back 1 year, 2 years later, and all of a sudden you're a completely different person on like a molecular level, right? You've changed your entire physique. So if you can do that and stack the wins there, it just does better things for your mentality, all that kind of stuff. You'll be in a better positive mood, you'll have more clarity, all that kind of thing, and then you'll probably trade better as well. And then you keep stacking those wins and they all compound together also.
That reminds me of something I saw recently. I think it was on a short, and it said we can't control our future, but we can control our habits, and our habits control our future. And when you were talking about going to the gym, building a habit of going to the gym, it's that compounding effect of looking at it in a year's time or 2 years' time. Same with trading in any discipline, I guess, is looking at it and saying, wow, my habits built that. And that's Atomic Habits is like a really good book for just like kind of trying to make hard things easier to do. But it kind of falls back full circle. It's like reminding yourself why you're doing it. And I remember once sort of watching some content, and it was talking about if you struggle to be motivated to do a task, it's because that task, you haven't connected that task to your bigger vision in your life. Because if there was someone you cared and they were about to, say, step out in front of traffic, you would impulsively just grab hold of that person and you would stop it. So why is it so hard to go and do the work that apparently is going to help you grow? And it's saying because you don't connect that work as being a part of your bigger vision or your identity of who you are. Like, I go to the gym is very different to I am someone. No, what's the word? Come on, I'll screw this up. You know what I'm trying to say with this? There's a difference between I go to the gym and I'm a gym guy.
Yeah.
That's not,
I'm a gym person. Yeah, like
yeah. It's like part of your identity, or it's just something you do. I am a trader, or I trade for a living. It's like a difference between sort of why you would do the task, because it makes up a part of your core identity. I want to double back. So Victor was saying, like, when you say like take an L, or sorry, LJ was saying when you take an L, you can look at like you had a win in another area. Victor, you're a massive data guy. Like I'm a proper nerd when it comes to data, but Victor just goes leagues ahead of me. How many times have you taken a loss, just maybe an independent loss, maybe a couple of losses, maybe 2 or 3 days of losing, and you've helped regain perspective by zooming out, by going to your spreadsheet, your data sheet, and just sitting there and staring at the big picture of your trading journey, like the equity curve or the R value or something like that. Say you lost 10R over 3 days, and then you go, oh man, I'm down 10R, I'm in a drawdown. Have you ever gone to your data and sort of zoomed out, just sat there, looked at it and gone, yeah, but I'm still up 277R? Like, is that a tool that you've ever used?
It happens all the time. Actually, on all sat back, that's what I naturally do. I don't know if it's obvious or if it's something, that's automatically you're gonna be doing. But that's what happens when I'm stuck at something. Something bothers me by the way it turned out or the way I prefer. Maybe I executed. The thing that gets me back is going back to the data and getting the proper perspective, putting whatever happened into the proper perspective. And that is the eye-opening moment all the time that calms me, basically, because, or it gives me something to work at, right? If it's something that's not good, I need to do something about it. And they'll start a new project, perhaps. How do I improve whatever is not good? But typically what happens is I go back to the data, and that happens all the time. And I try to put that, is this to be expected? Is this something, normal? Because we tend to just remember what happened last couple of days and weeks, but maybe this happens 3 times last year. And I just simply don't remember because maybe I didn't trade it, but the signal was there. So I was supposed to trade it. Or it happened in some other asset. It doesn't really matter. But the point is, that happens all the time. And I think it's actually essential for your growth. Going back, having that cycle, going back to your data, to the source of your edge, and to make sure that whatever noise that you're encountering now is noise, or is actually something you need to work on. And that's I don't know any other way in improving and maintaining your edge than having that cycle going back and forth from reality to theory, basically, which is what backtesting is with your system building, etc. You're going back and forth between reality and theory. I don't know any other way. So it's super important. It's essential.
We're talking about, obviously, okay, one of the key examples is going out. LJ brought up the example of going to the gym, doing some exercise and those sorts of things. Many of these different things that we talk about are habitual, right? They're things that if you build the habit, if you build the routine, then it becomes easier to do because it becomes repetitive and your brain just naturally just continues to do it as part of your daily routine, right? One of the things I was reading the book, I was just pulling up the title here, Investing Psychology Secrets by Louise Bedford. Right. So I know you guys will all be familiar with Louise. If you're not familiar with Louise, go check her out. She's got a course on the AlphaBeta Lab. One of the things she talks about is how do you start to build those habitual habits? And one of them is make it enjoyable. So, for example, that first trip to the gym when you haven't been to ages is like, it's so easy just to put it off and go, no, sorry, just not interested. And she gave a really simple example. It may or may not work for people, but she said when she goes to the gym, she plays her favorite podcast. So she knows that, okay, I've got to go to the gym, but I'm going to play my favorite podcast. So I listen to my favorite podcast when I'm at the gym. So it becomes something enjoyable. It becomes something that isn't so much of a chore. And then over time, it progresses into being something more pleasurable and enjoyable. And then that routine just establishes. What was the other thing she mentioned was the power of being incremental. And it's reminded me of something that was released not too long ago, but I think it was end of last year, by Stephen Bartlett. Rich, you'll probably know Stephen Bartlett from the UK. I don't know if the rest of you guys know him, but he's from Dragon's Den in the UK, successful businessman, and now runs his Diary of a CEO podcast. I think he's now got something like over 10 million subscribers for it. Really one of the most popular podcasts in the world right now. And last year he released a book, and it was actually like a workbook, which is called The 1% Book. And basically it's focused on every day, just focus on 1%. And it's not about trading, right? This is just generally about life, right? Whatever your goal is, whatever it is you're working towards, just every day, just focus on the 1%. And just like everything else where we talk about the compound effect of it all, that 1% every day, you do it over a month, suddenly you've made a really significant improvement because you've just done 1% every day, 1% every day, 1% every day. Whereas quite often we focus on that big leap, and it's spoken about so often, so many times about, right, I need to get from A to B. But that journey from A to B doesn't necessarily have to be that one giant leap. Yeah. You might take a few detours, along the way, breaking it down into smaller steps. It was like, I remember when I was studying for my exams at school, and there was something called BBC Bite Size, right? And it was like these little kind of bite size books, I think, as well, that you could buy, and it would just help you break things down into manageable chunks. Because as soon as it's like a meal, you try and eat a big meal, trying to eat it all in one go, you feel awful, right? You try and learn something significant in one go, your brain just feels overloaded. Whereas you break it down into manageable chunks, it just becomes a lot easier. So, I mean, this isn't, I have no affiliations with them, but they're two books that I really recommend. The Investing Psychology Secrets by Louise Bedford, but also this 1% workbook, I suppose is the only way to describe it. It's a bit like a diary from Stephen Bartlett is again, a really powerful tool to use to help you see those incremental gains over a period of time, rather than it just being 0 to 100 in a day.
Yeah. That sounds really cool, Mike. Do you want a mindset hack on how to get going with this? Like we were talking about, what's the one thing you can do that'll help your trading today? So, LJ, you must have heard this said, the hardest lift is getting your ass out of the chair and actually going to the gym, right? And so if we take, because motivation doesn't come from going, I've got to go from A to Z. So if you said, like, I'll go and back test my edge and I really can't be bothered, it's like proper dry work, it's going to take me ages. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to back test one trade. I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to just lift one weight once. And just getting started on a task, it's actually harder to stop once you've started than it is to carry on. And I think as humans, we typically, like water, we'll just flow down the easiest route. And so if we can make it so incredibly easy to just get started, and it might mean like, oh, I've got to go and make a healthy meal, I really can't be bothered. All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go to the fridge and I'll open it. Like just something that's a small actionable step just to get us at least rolling. Because I think after a while we turn it into a behavior pattern, and then the kind of like that's the new you. That's what you do. You just go to the gym. But to get started, what was the stats on it? Maybe you guys know. In February, New Year's resolutions, what was the percentage of New Year's resolutions that had broken down by February the 1st? Do you remember roughly what the stats were on that?
Don't remember exactly, but it's terrible either way.
I think it's over 90%.
Yeah.
But why? Because people probably try and go from A to Z, right? They're trying to make this massive life-altering change, and that's why I love what Mike said about the 1%. It's like, what would just 1% better look like? And maybe just focusing on consistency, because turning it full round to trading. Before I found profitability, I found consistency, and that's something that I'm in control of, is my behavior patterns. And after a while, it's like a proper boring topic. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole with it, but I had to first master kind of my own output and get that to a consistent level to at least start to find some kind of rhythm within my trading. Because you imagine you don't train, right? We could come back to the gym analogy, but you don't train for 6 months. And then you decide to go back, and on day one, you decide to set a personal best on legs. You're probably going to be in a wheelchair for about 9 days afterwards and not able to walk because you'll be so sore, right? And it's like, that's kind of like New Year's resolutions. People are so focused on, I need the dream body now. I need the perfect diet now. I need the perfect working career now. I need the perfect social circle. But actually, what if it was just like, I need to just try and trim just a tiny bit of fat off this one behavior pattern, and the results will take care of itself. So I'm hijacking and I'm off on a rant, but this stuff kind of passionate about this stuff, right? Because the behavior patterns we adopt, they genuinely make a change to our lives over a compounded effect in the future.
Actually, what
I
you
agree,
said
and I think
makes me think about that. Makes me think about that ancient saying: "A journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step." Right? It makes you that huge things we do, projects. We can bring them down into individual steps, which are very manageable. Everyone can do a step as long as you have 2 legs and you're alive. Basically, you can make those a step. But 1,000 miles sounds like, ooh, I can't do that. How can I reach 1,000 miles? It's way too much. But it starts with one step. And we have that book as well, One Trade, A Trade at a Time, I think it's called. Or maybe you guys can correct me, from SMB. One Trade, I think it's called. That's the same thing, right? It's one step. Let's just focus on the next step and not bother about the whole project, the whole plan, which might be too overwhelming. And that's the thing. That's the hack. I think it comes back to that hack. Don't think about the whole thing. Just focus on one tiny step.
Yeah, definitely. It's if you want to build a wall, you start with one brick, right? And it's brick by brick. I think the other part is also to remember, though, that progress sometimes is not linear like that. Often, people think that they should be progressing at every single stage, and they go and you put the effort and you want to see something coming out of it. But often you do sort of hit like a plateau. Again, using the gym analogy, you're going every single day and you just hit a wall. And for some reason, you just can't get this lift. You can't break above that level. But you keep doing it enough times, and then all of a sudden you come one day and you've just been able to do it. Much like learning, that sort of thing. If you remember, math, often you're sitting there staring at calculus and you're like, this is ridiculous. What's going on here? All this stuff. And then all of a sudden it just pops and you just get it. And you're like, oh, wow. All of a sudden you can do it. So sometimes things are somewhat linear, sometimes they're not, and you do take somewhat of a stair step up at times as well, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's sometimes the hardest part of trading, right? Is because the aim of trading is to make money, right? That's ultimately the end goal, is to make money. But then the world that we live in, the society that we're surrounded by, kind of almost drives you to make the most as quickly as you humanly possibly can, right? And then the very nature of human competitiveness means so and so is making more money, all right, so I've got to make even more money than they do. It's one of the things I always find fascinating is the number of people that join the 5ers Discord who go in and say, where's the payout channel, where's all the posts of all the people getting payouts? And if you ask Abe, he will tell you, as long as he is community manager, he will never have a payout channel in the 5ers Discord. And the reason for it is because he does not want people to be encouraged to kind of chase somebody else's dollar, to chase somebody else's win, to chase somebody else's achievement. The better focus is to focus on yourself and your journey and the steps that you need to take. Because as you said, LG, there's no linear approach to this, right? We would all love to have an equity curve like Victor normally has, where it's just a pure, beautiful thing that just goes up like that. It's just like the thing of legends, right? But, progress doesn't look like that. Progress is very much a roller coaster, right? Progress is that up and down, loop to loop, upside down, back to front, all of those things in between, and it's then when you get back up, it's then when you think to yourself, right, okay, dust myself down, pick myself up, what's tomorrow? And that's, frankly, I believe that is one of the biggest reasons why 95% of traders fail, is that they get pummeled and pummeled and pummeled and they walk away. And they don't necessarily take the opportunity to go on the self-discovery journey and the self-improvement journey, and to actually see trading as more than just making money, more than just, let's go make, however many zeros, right? If you look at it as a journey of self-discovery and self-improvement, you could be break even for the rest of your life, but as a person, as an individual, you will become so much more self-aware and so much more confident in knowing your triggers, knowing what works, what doesn't work, how to achieve something, that you could walk away from trading and be break even and be happily, okay, I'm fine, but I've taken a hell of a lot from it, because I didn't earn the thousands of dollars, but maybe I've actually learned a hell of a lot about myself and what does work for me. Same with, for example, how do you know whether trading is good for you or not, in terms of your personality, right? And what kind of trading is good for you. We were talking about it earlier with Anastasiia about the type of personality that everyone is. Jonatan, and I know he was hoping to join us for this session as well. Jonatan is a great swing trader, right? He's a great trader in general, and he's he can scalp the best of them. But his personality, he naturally will say that swing trading is his sweet spot, right? Alex, on the other hand, much prefers day trading, right? Alex likes to get in, get out. He likes that adrenaline rush. And I think if you go into trading, you've also got to be able to look at it and say, who am I? What works for me? What gives me the best performance? And that incremental progress, that 1% per day or everything else, that is what can help you achieve that. Somebody in the comments I saw, I think it was Maria, I think, mentioned about journaling. We talked about back testing earlier with Anastasiia as well. The other part is journaling, and I know that was something we had a conversation about earlier in the week, about how do we journal, how do we become more self-aware and do kind of a self-reflection on things, and journaling about how you feel when you take trades and how you feel on a given day. Even that in itself is a 1% step in the right direction. So going back to the original question that Victor started off with, what's the one thing we could do today? Maybe it's a journal entry. Maybe it's that journal entry, because it might be a walk, it could be a trip to the gym, but it could be something else entirely that helps us figure something out. That one, you start that habit of just write one journal entry and then just go back through it over the week. So you then got 7 journal entries. What happened that week? And then you can then marry that up with your trades that you took, and you really then start to pull something out. Journaling, I don't think, is something that people use enough of in trading. It's not something that I use enough of in my trading. And through this conversation, it's something that's reminded me that it is something that actually probably today, that is something that I could do today to help with my own trading. Is to go away, start that journaling process to help me build that habit.
Are you going to do it?
Yeah, I will.
Awesome.
It's about asking yourself, what can I do better? And that's the key. Looking at yourself and what you're doing, not judging yourself if you're doing great or not, feeling great or bad about it, but just plain and simple, what can I do better? Where can I improve? And that can be a different answer for everyone.
Most definitely. Rich, we started off in the salad, and I know you wanted to go into a little bit deeper. Is it time for a little bit of carbs?
Mike's saying basically, is the oven warm enough yet to put the turkey in? That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
All right, so look, you kind of segued into it actually perfectly, because you were talking about like being 1% better every day, but let's manage our expectations. You can do all the work, you can do everything you're meant to. You can do that, that work that brought you 1% better every day. But some days it just feels like you took 9 steps backwards. And I think you touched on this and said forward momentum is kind of like a zigzag. And then eventually over time, you end up a little bit further forward than what you were, but it's not a linear path. And so I was kind of toying with the idea of, do I bring this up? Because one thing that is an absolute crippler in trading, and if you want my honest opinion on why most traders will quit trading as unprofitable, net negative, losing traders, my honest opinion is because they have an expectation and that expectation was not met, and therefore they experienced too much pain and frustration and probably revenge traded on the way out of the door and said, I'm done with this. So you can be doing all the work, the great processes, the great reviewing, the great journaling, the great trading, the great feedback loops. You can have all this in place, and the moment comes where your edge stops working and you check all your trades and you say, wow, I did everything I was meant to do. Every day I've been putting in the work. I should be getting 1% better, 1% better, 1% better, 1% better. And at the end of 3 months, I feel like I'm 10 steps further back. And it's in that moment realizing that not everything that we feel is true. You have not lost all that skill, all that work, and all that momentum you put in. But sometimes to take that next step forward, we have to take a step back, and recognizing when you don't see profit on a daily basis, when you don't see profit on a weekly or even a monthly basis, that actually you're still moving forward, even if it doesn't feel like it. And that's I believe that's what makes a great trader, is to be able to objectively look at your actions, zoom out, as Victor was saying, take a holistic view of where you are in your life and your trading career, make the subtle adjustments, which if you don't have the data on it, good luck. They're some of your biggest clues as to how to make a new step, and go again, literally go again. Just carry on. Say, right, I'm going to rebuild my rules. I'm going to readjust to these market conditions. So I don't know if any of you have ever experienced a period in trading where you've done everything right, or how you believed was right, and the market pivoted and your edge become completely unaffected. I'd be curious to hear about it and hear how you overcome that, because as a trader, I think that's one of the biggest mental drawbacks we can have. So overcoming that would really help a lot of us to sustain our trading career. Who's been through it? Come on, I've been through 4 cycles of it. There must be someone else who's been through this.
I think a lot of people are going through it at the minute with Trump stuff going on, for sure. that obviously throws a spanner into everything. If you've got any kind of even slightly systemized strategy, you're just getting knocked out, right? Like, and 15 minutes later, there can be another clarification headline that actually sends things back the other way. And then it's even more frustrating because you're like, oh, it just feels senseless and pointless and, you know, that sort of thing. So I think definitely on that front of recent, I've definitely gotten knocked around a bit. In terms of adjusting and adapting to it, I guess that's something for you to assess of your own strategy and try and figure out why it's not working. Is it actually something fundamental that you're missing with the market? Has the structure changed? Has the dynamic changed? You know, capital flows, these kinds of things, or is it just Trump being Trump? You know, if that's the case, then maybe you got to change the timeframes that you trade. Maybe do a bit more Asian session or a bit more Europe. You know, a lot of majority of headlines coming out during US, so maybe you swap it up or you reduce the overall trading volume during US or the exposure size, right? The lot size. And that might still keep things within balance enough that you can, you know, not take too much of a drawdown hit, and then you can keep trading around it. So
Yeah, I haven't experienced that on the main strategy that I trade with order blocks and quasis. So I obviously we all have drawdowns, and there are periods where I have doubted about the system. Right? Is something broken or not? But they're not as, I wouldn't say, okay. Even in those times, I wouldn't say like the edge has gone. It's more like I'm going through a rough patch, and how rough can it still become? That's the fear that you then have in those moments, even though you see you're still catching the moves, but it's coming at a cost much more than you thought before. So on the main strategy, I can't really talk too much about that, not in that sense. But recently I trade another strategy that I don't really talk about very often, but in that strategy, current market conditions really tested, stress tested a couple of times last few weeks, and it's not the same as losing the edge, because it's not about the edge that has been lost or not, but it's about the premises that you have a profitable system, right? This is the other system, and it gets tested, and you kind of your conviction in on that strategy gets tested, and on those moments you say, well, does it really make sense? If it can handle these market conditions, which you can predict, and you can, they come out of whatever unexpected corners. So in the future, there's no way you're going to be able to avoid them again. The only thing you can do is go back to your data and say, is still, if I incorporate this, something that I cannot change, of course I'm going to try the best to mitigate the drawdown. But if I incorporate, even in the worst case scenario, is this still viable as a strategy? And that is something that I, on this particular strategy, I went through. And well, the thing is, what it makes me realize is that we only know what we know, and there's always that part of things that we don't know, that gets at us, right? You think because you have the data, you're bulletproof, but the data only covers so much. It only covers a certain period, a certain market conditions. It doesn't represent everything possible out there. And reminding these moments, these drawdowns, reminds me that you need to have an adequate amount of margin for errors, because there's always that factor, the X factor, things you don't know, but will, given enough time, affect trading or anything in life going into the future, right? That's something, it's not maybe the exact answer to what you asked, Rich, but it is that reminder of we don't know everything. Even if you did everything perfectly, or you have all the data, you're so meticulous, you have thousands of trades into your backtesting, it's still not everything. So keep that in mind. That's the realization moment I had, last couple of weeks about this particular strategy.
It's funny.
Yeah.
I've had plenty of those situations over the course of my trading. At the beginning of my trading career, it was less about me. It was more about my knowledge of the markets, my knowledge of trading, my knowledge of market structure, all that technical stuff, fundamentals, etc. Then over time, it's almost become that old age of it's not you, it's me. As in, when my trading is down, it's not my edge, it's not my strategy, it's not the market, it's me. I am the problem. I am the one who is not focused enough. I'm the one who hasn't slept well. I'm the one who didn't eat well, who was pumped up on adrenaline, pumped up on dopamine, whatever it might have been, that lost control of that moment, who lost that second of concentration. And more often than not, when I take a step back and I look at it from that perspective, I'm like, hang on a second, Mike, you know better than that. And that's where, some of us, have greater mental discipline and mental clarity and all those sorts of things that enable us to switch that on, switch that off much more easily. Others, it becomes a journey and a challenge to overcome in itself. I went into trading because I was going through a bit of a midlife crisis, right? I went for a bit of a breakdown, career-wise and everything else, and I was looking for something to rediscover my identity and rediscover my sense of worth and my sense of who I was, right? And so I wanted to rebuild my confidence. And so trading just happened to appear as this opportunity of, okay, there's maybe some money to be made here. Okay, that's helpful. But actual fact, when I started looking at it, it wasn't so much about the money. For me, it was actually just the journey on which to learn something completely new that I had no experience in. I frankly had no business going into trading, right? I used to work in property and, business travel and all this sort of stuff. I had no business going into financial trading, none whatsoever, right? But it was this opportunity to go and learn something completely new and frankly prove to myself that I could do it from scratch, from the beginning, and take myself on that journey. And yes, the financial gain would be wonderful to have from that, but the personal gain that I've taken from my trading journey has been immense. And I think that's why trading, for success in trading, I mean, I'm going to pull out random figures here, but 90% of the success is down to us as individuals, right? Because you can make money with the worst edge possible if you manage your risk right and you manage your approach to it correctly and everything else. You can use negative risk to reward, however you want to do it. People can make money. What stops them is themselves, is their mental clarity and their self-awareness of themselves, and how they move forward.
I was only earlier on today. I said I got into trading for one reason, got out of it. Oh, sorry, I got into trading for one reason, stayed in it for another. For 3 years, I didn't have a clue what trading was about. Yeah, I was still clicking buy and sell on a chart, and I had a strategy. After the third year, it clicked. It's about me. It's all about me. It's about how I feel about myself, how I conduct myself, how I recognize how I'm feeling, and what I choose to do with those feelings. And it was like 3 years. And this is the crazy thing. LJ, most experienced trader in here, 11 years, could have sat me down and said, Rich, it's about your emotions, your feelings. I said, shut up, LJ. Shut up. I'd be like, no way. No, it's not. It's about where I buy and where I sell and how much I make and risking 1 to make 3 and 5 and 10. And Like, I just wouldn't have heard it. I wouldn't have wanted to have heard it. And it's like the market had to get me in a headlock and just keep beating on me for enough years for me to go, I've tried everything that's on the internet. I've tried every indicator. I've bought multiple courses, yet I'm still not profitable, or I'm still not having that breakthrough. Why? And you know, the craziest thing is I wouldn't look at the person in the mirror, the person clicking buy and sell. I refuse to look at the market has a problem. The strategy has a problem. My mentor has a problem. Everyone has a problem, but not me. And it was when I started to look at myself and say, well, look, Rich, maybe let's just consider the person driving the vehicle. Maybe the vehicle isn't at fault here. Maybe you're trying to change gear without the clutch. You know, maybe whatever the case, right? You're climbing in through the window.
Said like a true ex-mechanic.
But when I started to look at myself, and that's when I started to stay in trading, was for that personal growth and the reflection opportunity, and just that whole kind of like, you know, becoming profitable became less meaningful than the amount of personal growth I experienced. And that's why, like, it's, I don't know, that was my own personal experience of it. But I had to reach a point where I had to recognize that most traders that I speak to that are profitable, and I mean have not just sort of kind of got an edge and got lucky for a small window, maybe 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, got funded, got a payout or two, but the traders that I speak to that have got years in this, they'll all have similar stories of how they're working through their own issues to understand themselves better, and it's just them. And when they have an off day, they're typically losing money because they had an off day. The system is the system, right?
It's interesting you say that. Going back to the beginning of my journey, when I first started trading, I was trading gold. I was trading signals. I had the stereotypical entry into trading of, right, okay, how do I make money? And, you know, that was my entry into it, right? It was only after a period of time that it was then became this thing for me to actually go onto this journey of self-discovery. I had, you know, two young kids, bills to pay, mortgage, this, that, and the other. And I went through a mental breakdown, like a proper mental breakdown, where I ended up in hospital, ended up, you know, going for scans and really at the lowest possible ebb. Okay. And I remember I lost a ton of money on my broker account, absolute stupid amount of money. And I sat there and I remember I was actually in hospital at the time because my head just wasn't with it. But actually, when I look back now, that was one of the moments of clarity where I thought, okay, the trading isn't the problem. I am, you know, this is me. And actually, trading isn't something that is going to fix my problems necessarily, but it could be a vehicle for me to learn a bit more about myself, you know, because it was exposing, it was something that I was leaning towards. It was something that I was drawn to, and I had an enjoyment to a certain extent for it. But it just happened to be something that I thought, right, okay, this is maybe the vehicle for me to get myself out of this hole, and down into a path of self-discovery, self-reflection, but then also self-improvement, right? And what, a year and a half later, or not even a year and a half later, in fact, a year later, I became a moderator for the 5ers Discord. And from there, that sense of identity, that sense of self-worth and everything else has progressively grown, compounded over time to give me that sense of belonging once again, you know? And I think if people focus less on the moolah, on the dough, on the dollar bucks, or whatever you want to call it, and focus more on the wider benefits that you can get from trading, as well as the financial gains, then the benefits can actually be exponential.
I don't want to interrupt the flow, but I'm going to be right back.
No worries, Victor. No worries. we'll be finishing up in a second anyway, as our ABL session comes to an end. And Jonatan, what? Literally, we're just coming to the end of the podcast hour, and you're only joining us now. I mean, how good was that lunch?
I think you were in such a good flow, and I saw my opportunity now that Victor left. I want to jump in because I liked how we had all these screens set up with all the 4 cameras, and then he left, and I'm like, I gotta fill that void. But yeah, it's very interesting conversations, and I feel like I don't want to jump in, and it's a good flow you guys had, good flow. And I'm sorry to hear about your the troubles that you had, Mike. It's a big thing of you to be able to share this so openly in front of all the hundreds of people watching us here today. And I think we can all relate to, we've all had times in our lives when we're not feeling perfect. So I think we can all relate to that in a way. And I feel like it's really a really great thing to talk about these things, because trading is very mental. It's very mental exhausting and mentally exhausting, and it's difficult. It's difficult when you might not feel like you're in the best place mentally, and then you have to kind of force yourself to, especially if you're only trading, if you're full-time trading, you have to perform no matter what, and it's difficult. But talking about these issues is definitely, I think for a lot of people listening, it's good to hear this coming from someone like yourself.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you guys also for the comments in the chat. It's that's what this podcast event is all about, right? We do this every week. We, as I said at the beginning, we don't script it. We don't really know what we're going to be talking about. We come in with ideas in our minds of maybe topics we want to talk about. So we hope that you guys find it beneficial. I saw Akram was saying we need to get it onto Spotify. I will see what I can do, Akram. That's definitely something that we'd like to do. We've actually got a lot of recordings of these conversations that we were doing before we started doing the Thursday live streams. So we've certainly got a back catalogue that we'd love to share. That is it for us for this segment. We will be back with you in a minute for the next section with a bit more energy and enthusiasm and madness with Jonatan. And I don't know who else is joining you, Jonatan?
Well, Pedro's supposed to be here. He's not here though.
Oh dear.
Pedro.
Well, we'll see.
There
he is. There he is.
There he is.
We'll see Pedro in a second. All right. Thanks ever so much, guys, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Now let's get serious. Now they've been talking about all these depressing things like mental issues and all of that psychology. But let's get real.
Let's go.
Scalping, making money.
How's everyone doing? Welcome.
We're doing good, man. Doing good. How are you, Pedro? How are you? And how are you in the audience? Now that we've been thinking about our emotions, it's now time to take all of our baggage that we have and throw it out the window. Throw it out the window. No emotion. We're emotionless. We're stoic. Trade hit stop loss doesn't matter. Trade hit stop loss again does not matter. Third time though. Third time I hit stop loss. Maybe we'll throw ourselves out that window. No, do not do that. Do not do that. Not financial advice, also not life advice. Although that conversation was very good. It was very good.
Yeah, it's a good team to have this podcast. I think it's important for everyone to listen to it, especially for everyone that is starting. Sometimes this type of conversations is what they usually don't look for when they are looking for YouTube. They're just looking for strategies of people making a lot of money or faking that they're making a lot of money. And every now and then to actually listen to this type of conversations, maybe that can be I open to actually start taking trading more seriously, and what actually takes to succeed in trading, which is good.
Yeah, definitely. I think I think one of the biggest mental issues or problems that might arise from trading is, I believe, I think over trading is definitely one of the biggest problems, and there's so many different things that can influence that or motivate you or to over trade or whatever that word is. I think knowing when not to trade, you know, because a lot of people I think are just addicted to random rewards. I mean, there's been a lot of research on this, right? Random rewards, the idea that, and you know, taking that into the world of trading, the idea that you can just press that buy and sell, and you're not really sure what's going to happen. Like, is it going to be a winner? Is it going to be a loser? And I'm like, I have that addictive personality. I mean, I've been sober for 10 years, and there's a reason why. There's a reason why I'm sober. You know what I mean? Like, so I definitely know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the idea of being addicted to random rewards.
Yes.
And it's just, you know, just being addicted to dopamine, you know, dopamine kicks. And when you're looking at the markets, you're like, there's a real rush of dopamine when you're, you know, sometimes the dopamine is stronger when you're thinking about a winning trade than actually winning a trade. So it's like hitting that buy, hitting that sell. It's like, what's going to happen next? That random reward is, man, I love it, and that's why I'm not scalping.
Yeah, that's a reality. That's actually an important point, because I do know a few traders as well, and a few people that even that I've worked with, especially if they are, this tends to happen as well for people that are actually not yet full time, or kind of they are still doing something else, and they want to kind of escape from whatever they're doing. So they see trading as well, and looking at the market and executing trades as escape, and kind of to exactly give that dopamine and enthusiasm on their day, and it can create that gambling mindset. And what happens is, again, with every addiction, is that after a while, it's not healthy, right? After a while, it's not good enough. It's not good, and then they are within that rabbit hole that can be a big problem to get out of.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's a big reality with many people.
It really is.
Which unfortunately, not many people talk about that, but that's one of the main issues indeed that many people are struggling with within their journey. That's
all right. What are we looking at today? I've been busy doing other things here, so I haven't really been looking at the markets much today, but we are seeing some interesting developments. We have what I'm watching a lot is I'm watching gold, and I think we have a possible top formation being put in on Bitcoin as well. So guys, let me know in the comments what I'm going to give you this session. I'm going to give to you guys in the comments, the audience. You're going to be able to decide whatever we're going to be watching here. So just let me know in the comments if you want me to watch anything specific here, and we will pull up the charts.
Let's do that.
Okay, so we got GU shorts. Okay, we got GU shorts, CAD pairs. Kavika, you can't just tell us to look at all the Canadian dollar pairs. You can't. you gotta be specific, man. It's gotta be specific. Okay, we got GU shorts. Okay, let's look at the daily. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely at resistance. If it's one place where you want to short, it's probably going to be around this area. What I like here on the daily is the fact that we had two bearish candles right here. And if this is, if we are going lower, maybe this initial bounce we had here might take us up to a level where we can find a good entry for a short. So yeah, I think, and look at that. If we add a level right here, we're retesting that level right now. Now I'm starting to get that sense of like, I want to get into a trade. Like the first, like that's the feeling I'm getting. I want to get into a trade, and not necessarily a good feeling. Okay, so what I'm watching right here is that level as resistance, good entry for a possible short, and also a good entry for a possible long on a break and retest like this. So a break and retest to the upside. Yeah, that's right. We got the, I don't know what that means, but go follow that channel. This is the official YouTube channel for the Portuguese speaking community that Pedro is a manager of. So go and follow that channel. You also have the all the guests and all the hosts, if they have a Twitter profile or a YouTube channel or something like that, it's all in the description of each of the videos. This is a good setup. I like that as a possible long setup for GU. If we want to go short here, I believe we want to see something similar as to what we see right there. So let's go into the lower time frames. Let's go into the 5 minute. We actually have two interesting ideas here. Here's a possible long setup. I'm going to be adding an alert here to make sure that I'm get alerted if this happens throughout the live. Okay, so I got my alert. I can remove that setup. Now, what are we looking for in terms of a short setup? So we want to see something similar to this. So what happened up here was we formed a range of, wow, look at that, a range low, range high, range EQ. So we got a range, and then we broke down, retested right here. I'm looking for something similar again to short GU, and we are forming clear levels right here. So we have something like that, and then we can kind of zoom out and we can look at this overall range that we have here. Might act as targets for these moves. Okay, so a target for short would probably be somewhere down here, and I would want to perhaps break this level to short, and then the setup would be something like this. Not high risk to wood, but that's what I'm looking at on GU. I quite like this right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like your ranges. I like what you mark within the intraday ranges in there. So that could be in the cards.
Yeah, I'll be adding an alert here as well for possible short. All right, you want to do next one. Which one do we have now? Do you want to do like all the cat pairs? No, let's not do that. Let's look at Henry's first. We got Euro AUD long on the 1 hour. Let's look at if you can find the long on Euro AUD on 1 hour.
Okay, I can take a look. I can just do a quick overview as well of the pound of what I'm looking for. You need to add my chart.
You can't do that, can you?
No, I cannot.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. No, not thank you. You should thank me.
So as you mentioned, like pound dollar is basically retesting this top in here, creating a double top at this point. Even though I do still think that price may take this top in here and may go higher. I actually like a zone just a little bit above it. One of the reasons for me to consider also that maybe price wants to go slightly higher is that when you created this low, price reacted from a really great level, which can, like if you zoom out a little bit, this can just be a continuation of this bullish momentum that we have all the way back from whatever 2022. Just because price respected really nicely that level in here, but more intraday, as you were mentioning. I do have these levels, basically the same, a little bit the same as you, to be honest. If you look a little bit more intraday, I think if price does break above this level, I think it can go there. So that was one of your long setups that you're looking for. And yeah, if price basically may break below this level, it can maybe challenge these lows again, or can even go lower, to be honest. Can even take these lows in here. So yes, I'm going to be paying attention to see how price. I'm going to be waiting in this case. Maybe you get your long, and then I'm going to be waiting to see how price may react from here or here to look for a short, even though I'm going to be a little bit cautious just because I'm actually looking forward for price to take this about topping here and only looking for bigger shorts after that, if that twice. Or maybe one opportunity as well is just wait actually for price to break this top in here and just to go refill this next level on the left. So that's a little bit of what I'm looking on the pound just quickly. When you're looking at Euro Aussie that Henry mentioned, actually I haven't really, he's looking for longs. I haven't been looking at Euro Aussie to be honest for a while. Yeah, it's reacting from something on the left. It can even go higher eventually in the future on the daily time frame. So this is a daily. Yeah, whatever. Not really sure. Eventually, I think it will go up. But for now, the reaction was good. This could have been a good short, like for anyone that likes Quasimodos. This was exactly a Quasimodo pattern in here. If you know, you know. And eventually price could continue. Now price actually managed to break these lows, so we managed to break. So I'm actually looking eventually for price to continue to feel a little bit more into this next structure to the downside. But before that, it can go slightly higher. He's mentioning 1 hour long. Yeah, I'll be concerned with this level. So if your target is underneath this level, maybe it's okay. If it is above, it's something that you need to wait and see. If price actually starts breaking above this level, then maybe can go slightly higher before potentially finding new selling orders. But you did manage now to break at least below this level in here, which kind of opens the door for price to potentially go a little bit lower. So I'm going to be curious to see how price may react from here. And I'm not really sure, Henry, where you are looking for longs. You didn't really mention, you just said 1 hour. We can be breaking out as well and go there. Could be possible. Not really sure we are looking for your stop loss, so it depends. But I could see at least for price to get closer to this level in here.
Yeah,
then,
I think
question mark.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that would probably be a level I'm looking at. I don't think I'm not really seeing the trade now. He says that we have a Quasimodo on the 50 minutes. So really, it is more of a 15-minute. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense, but I feel like we're going long at. So first of all, it's a low time frame range, right? And it feels like we're going along at what could be resistance. It's like there's no clear direction here. So I would actually be more inclined to look at a possible short. I'll look at shorting the lows. I think it looks like prices retesting support over and over and over again with weaker and weaker momentum while doing so. So I think looking at a break of the lows would be my call for Euro AD actually. We do have more things to cover. Okay, so we got EU horts. That should probably be shorts. So let's look at EU as shorts. I want to switch over to my screen quickly. We've had a few people asking about EU, so let's take a quick look at Euro USD. Right, so here are a few levels that I'm watching right now. The trade that I had yesterday on EU got stopped out. And actually the short I had on gold looked absolutely beautiful. It had went down to 5R in profit, did not close it, went back up, hit the daily stop limit on my account. I'm now closed out for the day. I should definitely have moved my stop loss lower. I should have taken some profits on that, but it is what it is. That was a fantastic trade, but definitely failed in the management of that. Okay, so Euro USD, what I'm watching here is, so we don't really have to watch to the higher time frames. We can, on the daily, we're just above this area, have comfortably reclaimed. We're in, above the range, previous range highs. No clear structure on the daily, but what I like here is on the 4 hour and lower. So what we have now is a resistance zone like around this area. So and what we're doing now as well is retesting this level. We can add, if we add the fibs here, you will see that we're retesting this level right here. And this could be a good shorting opportunity. We want to go into the lower time frames to see if it aligns. Doesn't look as clean on the 1 hour, and it's also important to remember that we're inside a range here and kind of playing around range EQ. So looking at this as sort of a range trade, it's the range EQ is probably one of the worst places to enter within a range, because the probability of a specific direction is not very obvious at range EQ. When you're at a range low, you can say that the probability of getting a bounce at range low is obviously high. And then of course the fact that we're retesting the range EQ from the downside adds to the possible, it adds some probability of a move down. Okay, so look at the 15 minutes. What I don't like is this area here. If we had a move that kind of like went straight up, that would have been better. But if I were to short this, I would probably short somewhere here. And then, I mean, it's a 2R down to these levels. So a trade like this, 2R trade, if you're looking to hold it a little bit longer, maybe down to this level with a wider stop loss, that's something I could trade on EU for a short, but I'm not sure. What are you watching on EU?
I kind of agree that that level where you are right now could where price is approaching basically yesterday's high, if not mistaken, could be an interesting level that price could respect and continue to push lower. I really like the top on EU kind of beginning of on Monday. I really like where it reacted from. I've actually been waiting for that to play out. But then price on Wednesday basically Tuesday made all the it retested the previous low, right? So basically it came all the way down. It filled the target that I was aiming for if I had short from the top. So I would have preferred to see already that low being broken. I think that will make me even more bearish in this situation. But intraday, I do like that level that you are mentioning, maybe slightly high, but it's around that high that you have. So I like that. Just maybe if you just move to my chart again, just quickly, it's basically what you are looking. Just the top, just to have a reference on the higher time frame. So we fake out these highs in here that price was respecting like for a full week last week, and reacted from this supply. That's why I really like it. So it was a fresh supply level in there. Reacted on Monday. Unfortunately for me, I took the day off, wrong day to take the day off apparently, when price reacted from it. And this was basically the target, the initial range, all the way from this low basically to this top in here, basically the last week's low, I think. So basically price already made out that move. So that I think that's the short that you mentioned that I think you got. It was really good. And now this is the next structure, right, that we could see definitely price reacting from again. So it's interesting the way price is actually slowing down for the last hour or so, for the last 2-3 hours today. Which let's see what kind of manipulation is going to happen somewhere around here. We already had a little bit of a low being created. Let's see if price kind of just creates a quick spike up and it continues to push down again, or if it actually breaks above, holds it, and then it perhaps can continue to push higher. So I'm going to be actually curious to see what kind of move is going to happen once we go above this top. If there's a breakout and retest and go, or if this kind of more of a fake out move comes back into this range, and then maybe can have that short towards these walls in here. And if it goes to those walls, I think it can even go a bit lower, which is a bit similar to dollar index, just because it's basically the same pair, just reversed. It's quite similar. Like you have this demand zone as well in here on the dollar index around this level, which can be also a great level to look for longs. Yesterday on the dollar index, we actually managed to break this top in here. And I think there's a little bit more room to the upside on the dollar index. So this could play out as well in favor of potentially looking for shorts on the euro, which looks nice. Yep, it looks nice to me.
Yeah, I like that as well. We have a lot of people asking for Euro USD, so we should probably take a look at that one. Maybe you can start with
dollar yen. Yeah, dollar yen was perfect, to be honest. And the analysis, anytime I analyze any yen pair, I always start with yen index, okay? I already mentioned several times. One of the reasons is because, at least the way I look at market, it tends to respect structure really nicely, which makes it really, really interesting. So by any chance, if I see a good supply level, good demand, or good support and resistance, usually the yen index tends to respect really nicely. And then you see the reaction on individual yen pairs, and usually it's the inverse. Okay, so if you are looking potentially for a short in here, that means a long on the yen pairs. And then it's about picking up which individual yen pair you think is going to move the best. So this is my analysis. Like from last week already, I was looking for that. So price basically spent a full week within this range, and I was waiting for price to get actually into this extreme in here, which finally moved there. This was Tuesday as well, kind of Monday, Tuesday, which aligns perfectly with the dollar yen low, as I will show in a bit. Now we actually managed to break a little bit of the structure. I could see this dollar yen or this yen index continue to push a little bit more to the downside, which means that it reinforces a potential long on the dollar yen as well. But one of the reasons why dollar yen was really good is because it didn't coincide only with the yen index, in this case moving down, which already helps the dollar yen to move up, but we also had a strong dollar in the beginning of the week. Okay, so those two movements, a strong dollar and a weak yen, it literally helps the dollar yen to just move to the upside. Unfortunately, this was a trade I missed by a few pips. So on dollar yen, we are missing.
That is a beautiful, beautiful trade right there.
Yeah, I missed it actually by a few pips, but yeah, moving on. Price is retesting. Price is retesting this low for a long time. Okay, so it was reacting from a good level, and there was already a few breaks of structure on the way, right? Price in here already broke a top, kind of the way price was compressing in here as well. And then intraday, kind of you start breaking this structure. Yeah, my entry was kind of somewhere in here. Price, unfortunately, it was with this low that I was looking for the long. I never managed to get filled. And then there you go, right? So we have also basically in this day on the 11, on the, no, not 11, sorry, on the 22nd on Tuesday, it's exactly the same moment that price is in here. Okay, it's exactly around the same time on the 22nd as well of April, so it coincides one with the other. And I love to look for opportunities like this. It just increases the probability of success of the trade, and then also benefited from a strong dollar. And this was the news that happened Tuesday night. Right then it was a massive move. So it already got close it already got close to an interesting level. The next structure that I'm potentially looking for is maybe somewhere in here. So I'm just going to be paying attention to see how the dollar yen is going to react, maybe somewhere around here, to potentially continue to try to go a little bit higher. If it has the intention to come back all the way back to this level, I think there's still a potential as well to continue to look for longs. Even if you have a deeper retracement, I think that's still a possibility as well. But for now, somewhere around here, I think I'm going to be interested to look for potential longs. And actually within the yen pairs, I think the dollar yen for me was the best one. I don't like where euro yen is at the moment. I hate it. If you look at euro yen, it's absolutely terrible. What has been doing since the tariffs were announced. Like I don't
There's like no direction. It's just super boring price action.
Yeah, I'm about to actually hide it from my main list because this is just boring. I have no idea what to do with this. Zero idea. And the pound yen as well, it actually moved nicely, but comparing with where dollar yen was, which we were testing a low, that was for me the best of the yen pairs to take advantage of this move. But yeah, that's my take on the dollar yen at this point. Yeah, we'll see.
All right, let me take a look at dollar yen as well. Let's see if we can find any confluences here between our analysis. And what I'm watching is I'm looking at the same thing here. We have basically this whole level right here. I think that is would be this is a good level. If we come down and create some type of low here, that would be a good level for a long. Andre, the giveaway winners was announced this Tuesday. If you won an account, you would have gotten an email. So everyone that won got in on the account. We did draw on Tuesday, and then the emails was sent out same day. So if you did win an account, you are supposed to have gotten an email. If you did not receive an email, you did not win anything. So USD/JPY, I do see that we have an interesting level right here, and that basically just agree with what you've just said. Okay, so next up we have gold. We do have a lot of people asking about gold, so let me bring gold up quickly. Okay, so let's take a look at gold here. So what we currently have here, I think it's mostly visible here on the 4-hour. What I'm watching for gold is a potential top formation here. Now, what I want to do first is I want to go out and I want to look at the historical top patterns that we've had for gold. Now, a top pattern does not necessarily have to be a head and shoulders. It can be basically whatever type of structure that creates a breakup structure. And the breakup structure is basically going from higher highs, higher lows to lower highs and lower lows. We can find the most recent breakup structure would be this one right here, where you have the low and then the highs, and then you break these lows with a lower low, and you could view this as a swing point for a lower high. That is a breakup structure. That is the same type of top formation that we are printing right now on the 4-hour, is that this happened on a much smaller scale. We can look at what we've had right here as well, a small top formation with a breakdown. But I want to look at the big ones. And for that, we have to go back to October. Here we have a very obvious type of pattern where you can kind of see how we almost have a head and shoulders here. Looks something like this, right? With that break to the downside. And when that support broke, you had a fairly big move to the downside. So we can see that every time we have sort of a break of structure, we do have a bigger move to the downside on gold. And this is a very big structure. So the measured move for this head and shoulders, if you take from the high of the head to the neckline, and then you just double that to the downside, you see that the measured move for gold comes into the high time frame long or reload zone, and it's also confluent with the high time frame breakout area at around 3,150-ish. You could say anywhere between 3,100 to 3,150. That's a big move, right? And I can't really say that I'm predicting this to happen or anything like that, because like I said, it's a big formation and it's a big move, and there are certain support zones before we reach that level. And one of those levels would be the 3,240 area right there. And the head and shoulders pattern is not confirmed. We don't really have the right shoulder yet. This could potentially be the right shoulder if we break down. And that wick that we had on the breakdown yesterday kind of creates a bit of a problematic structure here. Now we're looking at a very asymmetrical head and shoulders that kind of looks like this. And it's still a valid top formation. It is still a valid top formation. But now with this, you would kind of think that this whole support zone might act as a support and might even act as sort of a neckline for this head and shoulders. So we then have to draw it down like this, and then this would be the neckline of that head and shoulders. Now, the most important part of looking at a pattern like this one is not that the highs and the lows and the price structure fits perfectly within the rules of the pattern. What is most important is the breakup structure. Are we printing lower highs and lower lows? And if that's the case, then you have a breakup structure no matter what the pattern is called. So yes, I am seeing signs of a potential high time frame reversal here for gold. Let me just go in and adjust this so it doesn't show up on the daily. Same with these ones. When we look at the daily here, first of all, we had quite a big gap to the downside here. Both of these bearish candles have quite big wicks. There is, of course, the chance that, the gap has already been filled though. So looking at the major tops for gold, and I'm talking about maybe this one. It looks somewhat similar. We're going to look at USD CAD shortly as well. I have that on the list of things to watch. And yes, we do accept EA trading. You can find all the rules for trading with us on the website. Okay, so that's like a more of a high time frame breakdown on gold. Let's look at the more of the lower time frames to see if we can find anything interesting here. Now, what could potentially invalidate this head and shoulders would be if we start trading up like this and start creating, you know, higher highs and higher lows. Yeah, it's this is definitely a quasi. So a Quasimodo pattern. This is a asymmetrical head and shoulders. Me, there's no such thing as a quasi. It's just head and shoulders and a asymmetrical head and shoulders. But the Quasimodo pattern is a well-known trading pattern, and it doesn't really matter what you call it. The idea is that you have. So a Quasimodo, I believe, needs to have the second high needs to be lower. You can't. I don't think you can have a Quasimodo with a.
It can be. Actually, the right shoulder should go close almost to the left shoulder. I think main point is to break the break-off structure. Right, looking for that break-off structure to a new low being.
But you can't have this, right?
No, not that.
Yeah,
I mean that high needs to be kind of around the same structure of the left shoulder, right? Or underneath the head at least. Yes, underneath the head. But in theory, we're trying to look for almost a horizontal line, perfect point to the left shoulder.
Yeah, I mean you can have it like this.
Yeah, it could be like
that. That could technically be, and then I guess you could have something like that as well, right?
No, that low, like the low needs to be broken. The low after the head needs to break that low that you are touching right now.
Okay, so it needs to be like this.
Something. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense because then it's a downtrend basically. It's a.
Yeah, it's looking for that reversal.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't really matter what it looks like. It just. If you know technical analysis, if you know market structure, then you know when you see it. You know when you see a possible top formation, no matter what the name is.
Something that some people do is that when you are looking for that left shoulder, the low that is created after the head of the left shoulder, hopefully that low already is starting to break some structure on the left. So even before the head is created, kind of price already broke some kind of structure on the left. That kind of gives even more importance to the left shoulder itself. Just in addition to that, which is almost a previous break-off structure even before potentially the final bigger break-off structure to confirm everything.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I want to look at your gold.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, and even think it. First of all, it's really interesting that it touched almost to the 3,500 and it reversed. Like this looks like more of a kind of psychological number. Like some people look at round numbers. This is literally
not only that, not only psychology. I mean, I would guess that bigger players and institutions are looking at round numbers.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. This was literally 3,500, big sell order in place, and price just crashed after that. I agree with you. I do see also this break of a low in here, which is interesting. Something that I like to see when I'm looking also for reversals is if you actually manage to have a second low, okay, even before potentially price comes back in here, but at least to have a second break, kind of this type of. Imagine that you have a head, kind of price retraces. Okay, 1 second. Imagine that you have this type of a move, price breaks this low, but then kind of tries to go up, breaks again. And then potentially have this type of a move, okay? Basically, that second low in here, I like it to see it when I'm actually looking for a top, because if it is just one low, sometimes price can just literally almost reverse in a V-shape, whatever, and create a new high even before the break. So if you don't have kind of a move again and break again this low, that would be quite interesting, and actually I'll be a bit more bearish in this type of scenario. Even if price comes back in here, it gives more confidence to actually to short it instead of just a full recovery toward this level to try to short it again. So that will be something that I'll be paying attention. On gold, something that I like to do is as price is moving to downside, I try to look within this structure, whatever are those pressure orders or order blocks or supply levels, whatever it may be, just to try to see where I can expect price eventually to react, potentially to look for shorts. At this point, this could be one of them. If price breaks above this level, I think we can maybe navigate a little bit more to the upside. Attention to this level in here, right? You basically left this demand zone in here in case someone is looking for longs. This potentially could be a level to look for. So yes, short somewhere in here, potentially long somewhere in here, and yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of what's going on in here. I'll be looking a bit more closer to the extreme, to be honest, if I'm looking for another short in there. So that will be a little bit more where I'm going to be looking on gold. And then in terms of macro, like, does it make sense that you could be topping in or creating a top on gold in a higher time frame? Potentially, but it's still uncertain. Like the China and the United States, they are still. It's just rumors now. In terms of potential agreement, trying to find a deal for the tariff situation. Who knows? But I like it. I also see the same as you. I see the break of a low in here and the potential bearish or top being created in there. But that's still early stages for me. Still early stages. I want to see more.
Yeah, no, I like that. Makes a lot of sense. Next up, we got the AUD USD. Maybe you want to look at that one before I do. Aussie dollar. Yeah, you can look at it. Which you can try to also have an idea of the Euro Aussie that we just look at. So what we have a great break-off structure on the Aussie. Last week or so we had a massive break of this level of resistance that was holding price at this level for a long time. We had this massive move down. I actually kind of like where the low reacted, this one in here, so it's not bad. It's kind of within a structure in here on the daily, weekly, whatever you want to see it, but it's within this zone. So it was not a bad level where price ended up reacting. So I like the low. I like that we actually had even before this new break of structure that we just had. Before that, we were already managing to break some highs in here, right? We had already this initial potential break of structure that happened on the Aussie, but then we did have a new low being created quite aggressively, and now we have a new high being broken. So we're starting to see that the buyers are managing to break previous levels of structure of resistance, which is nice for the buyers. If someone is actually looking for a big reversal in here, then what do we have? Just delete whatever I had in here. Let me just go into the time frame. Yeah, on the lower time frame, price actually then created a Quasimodo in here. Okay, this was yesterday, so that one played out, just a fake out of that structure. Sometimes we do have that type of price action. Okay, so after we do have a massive break, sometimes that's the moment where some liquidity is going to come in, and you may have a little bit of a retracement before potentially the continuation to the upside, which makes sense. A little bit like above these tops, instead of just having the breakout set up and continue, we may have a fake out, and price may need to find new buy orders a little bit underneath before actually goes. And I think that can happen. What you may have in here as well is another massive Quasimodo eventually. Okay, if by any chance price does want to retrace kind of back into this level, it can happen. This will be part of this daily, weekly, bigger Quasimodo pattern that we may have in here. So that can still be in play. Yep, that's one of them. So yeah, I'm going to be actually curious to see if it's going to have a little bit of a deeper retracement. This was a drawing that this already happened after the break of this low. So yeah, that's basically the Quasimodo already played out in there. So I'm going to be curious to see if we do have deeper retracement from here before a massive of another potentially big long on the Aussie dollar, or if price is going to find something in there and starting to already move to the upside. But in my opinion, I think the next time that you actually manage to break a little bit above these highs, I think that's the moment where you can have some momentum
to the upside. So that will be, in terms of breakout setup, I'll be waiting for the new break of these highs. And I think you can start feeling price maybe all the way close to this next level in there. So that will be one of the two questions. Either we have a deeper retracement before looking for longs, or if price starts already respecting this level, try to look for a long after we break that structure. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for on the Aussie.
All right.
I think New Zealand dollar is quite similar, to be honest. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to pull up to my chart here, see if we can find anything interesting here on AUD USD. So what I'm watching here is I don't really like this big move here that we have on the daily, and we have like one strong move to the upside, and then it's kind of like consolidating here. So what I'm watching here is a possible break to the downside. There's so many consecutive bullish candles here on the daily, and then we're consolidating here at resistance. So I'm thinking, when I'm looking at the daily, I'm thinking this is a short, and it's somewhat confirmed when I'm looking at the 4-hour as well, with this type of structure, with move up and then it kind of goes down like this. So if we break this level, I would think that maybe a move to the downside would make sense, but it's very difficult to get a good read on this, I believe, because what happened was we went below this range on this big bearish candle, and now we're inside the range again, testing the highs. So if we would mark out this range like this, I would think that a move down to that range EQ level, if this level breaks, might be a probable move. So a failure to hold that level and then a breakdown and a move down to this level would be what I'm watching for AUD USD. All right, what do we have next? We got USD CAD. Let's move over to USD CAD. Then after that, we'll take a look at US 30 as well. Okay, so USD CAD. Let's begin by looking at the daily. It was a long time ago I had this trade, so I'm going to remove this.
It was a great trade.
Yeah, that was. Remember that we talked about that a lot here in the live stream. So
yeah,
you know, the move has happened here. I mean, to me, it's quite obvious that this is an area where we want to look at potential longs, because it's right down into that reload zone, right into the support area, going into the daily. Now what we're watching is a potential break of structure here, and we're still seeing lower lows and lower highs. But I mean, something like this, and I'm thinking we're gonna come up and test that level. I'm viewing this as a fake out, so I'm not really putting too much emphasis on that level, even though it's a valid level. I think the important level is around 1.41500, right at that level. So yeah, this is. I would be watching for a bullish break of structure on USD CAD for a move higher.
Mm-hmm. I kind of agree. I think we are getting into a buyer zone. Just as you mentioned, we are approaching that level of resistance that now is support. The move to downside was beautiful. That already happened, as you described. It's just if this is already kind of the good level or not to look for the longs, at least for that bigger move that you are looking at on the yellow arrow that you have But it could be definitely. One characteristic of the dollar CAD that I've noticed with experience is that it tends to create good bases, like it is right now on the chart. Like spends almost 1 day just creating a bottom before it goes, without the need to actually create kind of a fake out or kind of a wick underneath those lows before it moves up. Dollar CAD doesn't really have that need, or usually doesn't really show that, which means that this could actually maybe be the bottom and price could just start moving to the upside from where it is. Yeah, even that low before, like if you zoom out a little bit, in like mid of Feb, that low that was created a bit more, yeah, that one. Can you see how long does it take to create that one before it actually goes without breaking the lows before? Like that's a typical move on the arcade, and maybe that's kind of a similar low that you are creating right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like something similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, maybe we can look at your screen on USD CAD to see if we have the same perspective, or maybe another one.
Yeah, I think you do have. Yeah, so that was the big move to downside. That was actually quite interesting. If I actually recall, just to touch point in here on the shorts that happened before, because it's interesting that you caught two of them, right? Because if I recall correctly, I think initially you were short as well somewhere in here as well. So when price actually managed to break this, I think you managed to get short. I think you were already looking for this potential target, but I think you closed it way before that, kind of somewhere in here or whatever. I think you got out where, if I recall correctly. And this is interesting because it's a Quasimodo as well. Okay, this is literally a Quasimodo pattern that happened in here. And when you are about to create a Quasimodo pattern, there could be two types of plays, like which is a normal situation, which is after we have a proper break of structure, one of two things can happen. It's either price already retests this level and goes, which is basically the initial trade that you're looking for, or price can have a deeper retracement, kind of come back into this kind of left shoulder in here. And then it goes, and then you do have this new break of structure here, and now you can catch the move. Basically, it's almost at the same entry level. I think maybe if you even compare within your own chart, it must be almost at the same entry level if you draw a horizontal line. Yeah. But now finally price is ready to make that move that you're already looking in the first instance, which is quite nice. So it basically what I'm trying to say is, within the same trading idea, sometimes price doesn't kind of commit straight away. Maybe it needs to evolve a little bit more before finally finding that move that you're looking for. So, for example, the trade idea that you had initially, it was perfect. Like the target, the distance, everything was perfect. But maybe price did wanted to kind of collect more buy orders or sell orders in this case before actually then committed to the downside, which was quite nice. And we see many people try to get this short and get stopped out, and then they stop and they don't look again for this move. That's something that I've seen many traders do. So
yeah, definitely. You have an idea, and then it kind of gets filled, stopped out. But as long as the idea is still valid, you should trade the idea again. Yeah, I agree. But looking at to where we are now on dollar CAD, yes, we are back into this basically of this previous structure, and that's kind of where we are. I had this zone marked. Then I do have a little bit closer to the walls, just in case dollar CAD actually does want to commit a bit more and feel all this moving here, which could be another potential level to look for longs. But for now, is respecting it. It's moving, and it may go. We do have this demand zone that was kind of left behind now. And price may commit now that you broke this structure, kind of start breaking a bit of this highs. We already broke a little bit in here as well, so we can definitely target this top or even target the next level that you actually mentioned, somewhere closer to this level or even in here. So there could be price actually is moving right now. We have news. We got unemployment claims coming up in 7 minutes, so we have a few USD high impact news event coming up in about 7 minutes. We'll see what price does in with that. Yeah. While we wait for the news, we can look at US 30. Maybe you want to take a quick look at that.
So the US indices are interesting, right? So we respected once again that top. Basically, all of them are doing almost the same thing. Actually, the Dow is moving a little bit lower, so Dow may still have a little bit of space if it wants to go there. We had the gap created Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, and price basically filled. So on the Dow we already filled it. On the S&P we got really close to it. and on the NASDAQ we are still very lagging to the gap. We went below that low, but we never filled the gap. So who knows if NASDAQ does want to fill the gap before it moves to the upside or not. But as you can see, we continue to respect still this top that was created all the back on the 9th of April, and it's across all of them basically. So yeah, definitely. What are we doing at this point? We are in the middle, right? Basically, if we are within this low, within that high, and almost everything can happen when we are in the middle. I'm more interested actually to see again what's going to happen around this level if you do hold it or if you break above, and then you may have the next range that you can go unfilled. If you're looking for shorts, personally, I'll be trying to wait again for price to get somewhere closer to this level before looking for shorts. But that's me. I like to look for the extremes. If you're looking for longs, potentially now that price closes the gap, maybe you want to look for that, or maybe just wait for price to go a little bit lower. Before looking for it. I'm not the biggest fan when price is in the middle. Sometimes, I like one thing is price is in the middle, but it's feeling this price to the upside. Other price is in the middle. It may start ranging a little bit, which can still go higher or can go lower. Which may be the impression that I have right now. Is I'm not really sure what to expect. I think there's maybe still orders at the top, kind of a NASDAQ, S&P, and the Dow. So maybe price wants to go there to short again. Or my favorite, I've been telling it this. I do like still the level on the 2nd of April. This is the moment that actually Trump announced the tariffs on that crazy day, and price never retested that level, or hasn't retested that level yet. And I'm going to be really curious to see how price may react back into this level. I think that could be the biggest short that you can have if actually the indices want to go, but continue to push lower. So I'm not really sure what to say about the Dow at this point, to be honest.
All right, no that makes sense. Let me switch over to my screen and we can take a look at the US30 here as well. Dow Jones Index. Where do we have that one? Right here. Right. Okay. So let's take a look at first. We want to look at the daily. So what I have here is first that high time frame level. We had a gap up yesterday. We hit a resistance zone. You could say that like this whole area is sort of a resistance. Let's add the fibs here. See here that we came up and we almost hit that 0.618. That's high time frame resistance, and we're moving down. Looks like we filled the gap here today. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. It seems like we're in. Yeah, this is very not confusing, but it's not very clear. I want to add a level here, I believe. That we have that wick right here. We got so first move down, initial support, and then resistance on that wick. Resistance again, big move to the upside when broken. Support, we got support here, and then support and resistance, and then resistance, and then we had a gap up, and then we're testing that level of support. But this looks like a good SR level, and then if that is, maybe this could be the range EQ. Yes, if we add a range here, we see that this general area here would be the middle of the range.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as price is trading above this area, I would be slightly bullish for a move up here, but that is a big if. I would be more inclined to perhaps short it if we lose this area for a move like this down to these lows.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have much to say on this. It feels like it feels almost like we're waiting for something, and we do have unemployment claims coming up in 2 minutes. So maybe that will be the move that we're waiting for. Let's look at the S&P 500 as well. The S&P 500, the gap has not been filled here on ON at least. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the S&P 500. Let me see if I can switch over to have. Okay, so no. Let's at this one. I want to look at. Okay, so we got the news event coming up soon. So we have EUR USD to the top left corner, and then we have S&P 500 in the top right corner, gold in the lower left, and then Bitcoin in the lower right corner. So this is on the 1 minute for all of these. So I want to see what price is doing here.
During the news?
Less than a minute away now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but sometimes it's important as well. Like if you don't have an idea of what kind of any trading idea in a chart, just don't force it. And that's basically what you and me now kind of felt it with the DAO, where like nothing stand up for us. So the best thing is actually just to move on instead of trying to force something, to add more lines or whatever to try to see something when maybe there's nothing in there, at least based on the way we look at the charts. It's important.
Okay, so the news is coming out right now. Let's see what the reaction is. Okay, so we do have some initial volatility here, but nothing major. Is the news out?
Yeah, it's out.
Okay, the news is out, so it's as expected. What the market is doing. USD is moving a little bit lower here. Okay, so there's nothing major here. The durable goods, though, it's much higher than expected, and durable goods core is lower than. But that is usually not a market moving event. So yeah, this is
but it's interesting. Maybe this durable goods spike that we just saw now on the orders is maybe the corporations afraid of the potential tariff, so just kind of let's order everything we need before prices start to skyrocket.
Because that's a massive, much higher than expected, and much higher than what we normally get. So yeah, that kind of makes sense, you know. Things that they might have ordered.
It's really massive. If you look at if you open the Forex Factory and you look at the charts, like last time we had similar, it was in August last year, and then it's kind of COVID times when you had such a high number on orders. This which is some like they just decided, which makes sense, right? If you run a business, if you know that you are going to need to order something, or you needed some goods for whatever you produce, and then all of a sudden there's a threat of tariffs, and maybe all those products are going to be more expensive or cost more. Just order as much as possible right now, as long as you have storage and enough place to storage it.
No major developments here. We got the US 30 still holding that support. I think I would think that the next move is to the upside on US 30, but okay. Not sure exactly sure here. What else do we have? We have possible short on NQ. What's up, Victor? Welcome.
Hi. How is everyone doing? Jonatan, how was your lunch?
My lunch? Oh yeah, well, my lunch is good. My lunch was very nice, very good. Chicken.
Pedro, how are you doing today? How's the world from your perspective?
The world is calm and steady, and it's cloudy, and yeah, that's basically it. That's basically it, to be honest.
Awesome. So we have news that came out. You guys were talking about that. It's the unemployment claims as expected. Okay, the market didn't do really anything, right? It was it started to break down already before. I'm talking about EU. Started to break down before the news, and the news didn't really change much. So it's gonna be interesting what the if this uptrend within the daily. Maybe I should share my on the lower time frames I was talking about. Let me share my my screen. We have a little uptrend here on the hourlies, right? We can all see that higher highs, higher lows. The question is, will the news now that it's out, will that change? Because of course we have some the bigger move was of course what we've been seeing last couple of days, right? That downward pressure has been pushing us into that daily order block. And today, or actually, yes, today we have this upsurge, this surge in EU. But the question is, will this be all there is in terms of price going higher, or will we just will we continue, right, or not? That's the question. I think I would suspect that the price. This is a good supply or demand era for prices to start changing direction, maybe, but I'm not too convinced that we have created these structures for that transition yet to buy order flow. What do you guys think? If I look at this, it looks promising on the lower time frames, but as soon as I go to a little bit of a, let's say, the 4 hour, this still looks like it's poised to keep on going, perhaps a bit lower and testing that order block on the daily time frame a bit more deeply. What do you guys think?
I think I was not listening, and I'm not sure Pedro was either. I'm sorry, man. It's been it's been a few hours already.
No problem.
That's the downside of having many screens, right? You got like Twitter here, you got the charts here, you got StreamYard here, and it's like my eyes are slowly but surely moving towards Twitter.
Yeah, well, if maybe those in the chat, maybe those in the audience, they agree or do not agree, let us know in the chat. Let us know what you think. Do you think the market is going to continue its move it has been having since its recent top, right? That movement from what is it, 115, 60, what's the top, 60 something? Is that downtrend? Is this just a deceleration, right? So we're talking about this movement basically. Is this just a deceleration for a continuation lower, or do you guys think it's going to reverse from here? Let us know in the chat. The prices, even though as traders we seem to make it look sometimes that we know what's going to happen, nothing is written in stones. We really don't have any idea. Well, we have some probabilities, we have these structures, we have momentum, you have the bias and all of that, liquidity, yes, quasi here and there. But in the end, definitively nothing is written in stones. It can go lower, but I'm interested in your opinion, in your ideas. Someone say, Kavika saying, I agree, Euro looks weak. It will revert to the mean on the daily. Let's go to the daily to see what Kavika is talking about. Yes, that's what I'm talking as well, right? That's what I'm talking about as well. The market has been quite bullish with very big, I wouldn't say just steps, but leaps, right? And at some point it needs some healthy retracement. And this order block, even though it's on the daily and it's a great area where it can have some demand coming back to the market, it's still only a little bit in terms of the, let's look at that. Let's look at the last move it had, right? It's way above that 50% retracement. And in a healthy trend, 50% retracement is something that happens quite frequently without breaking anything in terms of the structure and the bullishness in this case, because it's an uptrend, of course. So I do see that too. So that's why I say it's not written in stones. Anything is possible. Our job as traders is to be prepared for every scenario, right? And not having a fixed scenario, thinking blindly that this is the only thing that's going to happen, that can happen, because obviously that's not how things work. Awesome. William in the chat saying gold has a possible quasi at 4H on the 4-hourly, quasi on the 15 minutes on the other direction, and it happens all the time. This is something, if you trade structures and patterns, this is something that happens all the time. Even indicators, you may have, depending on the time frame, it will have different directions and signals. That's normal. That's completely normal. That's the randomness and the ebb and flow and the fractalness of the market at play here. And the trick is to look for that alignment when the 15-minute and the 4-hour concur to some extent, where you can profit from what the market is telling you. And that's where that's why we do multi-time frame analysis. That's why we do top down, and that's why I talk a lot about alignment. Alignment, you can call it confluence, time frame confluence. You can call it alignment. Doesn't matter, as long as you use different time frames when they are telling you the same thing.
Yeah.
All right.
But on the euro, just on the euro, we already looked at it before. So me and Jonatan went a few charts, and I think we kind of agree more in the war time frame. I think there's maybe potential short, but then within that daily order block that you have, if there's a long to be taken at this point on the euro, it's going to be within that range.
Exactly.
Just as you mentioned.
Yes.
If it starts breaking that level, then the situation changes.
Exactly. I completely agree. I think the euro dollar has been quite strong. If you look, that dotted yellow line I have on the chart, that's the breakout on the higher time frames of the previous swing high, right? So it's a very significant. It's a level from 2023 that we broke out, and so far we're seeing that the market is holding up quite nicely, right? So my first, I have all scenarios still open. Everything is still possible. However, as long as the market is holding that dotted yellow line and that order block right on top of it, is how do you say that? Is encouraging, right? Encouraging to think that it's going to hold up, and this breakout is actually going to hold and continue higher. We don't know that, but as long as that order block on the daily is being respected, and being pressed, and even if it goes a little lower, that's just fine in my book. In any case, if it's a wick, I can tolerate that as long as it doesn't close below it, because then to me that area is gone, and we should change and switch the scenario completely and expect much more follow through to the downside. But I don't so far, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The market isn't telling us that it's going to break it. There's no indication. The fact that it's getting there and it still has bearish structure so far doesn't tell us if it's going to break it or not. Whether or not it's going to break it is, are we seeing the reversal patterns? Are we seeing bullish structures being respected? Let's say on the H4, for example, we do have 2 order blocks being created that not being created. They were already created. That was yesterday, and it almost got me into a trade long. It didn't. These to the degree that market is creating these structures, that could give you a sign, a cue, whether or not it's going to hold the whole structure or not, because that's the stepping stones, so to speak, that it will need to use to change direction.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The idea that I had on EU on the lower time frames is sort of playing out. I wanna quickly switch over to my screen to look at that. So we looked at this around this time. So this was before market kind of broke down. And if we add a level on that wick right there, we see that we tested that low time frame support right here. Now, if price is going to come down, like break below this low time frame, whatever you want to call it, range, right? We have a sort of like a low time frame break of structure. If you look at this as a distribution range and you look at the structure of this range, then the break of that low would mean that the structure is broken. But this structure is not broken. This is still an uptrend. But if price shows us that it's willing to break down and it's willing to use this level as resistance, we might get a move lower. We might break this trend line that we got going here. So at this stage, I would say we are neutral. We're in the range, but we're also what I believe below the range EQ. So when you're trading within the range, it's kind of like it goes both ways, because when you're trading below range EQ in the range, the overall structure would be slightly more bearish than bullish, but the risk to reward is much higher going long than going short. But if you're testing the range EQ as a break and retest from the downside, then it makes more sense to short around range EQ than if you were long. But shorting and longing around range EQ has the least probability of a direction within the range. When the market is trading at range EQ, the probability of a certain direction becomes very, very low. But if you're trading in range lows, then we can safely say, well, if your USD is going to trade within this range, the probability of seeing a move higher is 90% or something like that, because you're already as low as you can get if you're not going to get a breakout. So if you're going to get a breakout to the downside, then of course the probability is much higher for a move lower. But if you're testing the range lows, then the probability becomes much higher than you're going to get a move to the upside. So trading any type of direction or move around range EQ is statistically not a great idea. But this case, we have a break and retest from the downside. So it kind of makes sense, but the fact that we're range EQ kind of destroys the whole probability of it, I would say.
What's the red area there? What is that? What area is that? Where is that based on?
Okay, so it's not supposed to be red. It's not resistance. It's just a level. But basically, what I've marked that. I don't think this is a good level, though. I don't think this is a good level. I think it should be more like this. Actually, you know what? I don't really have a good read on this range right now. I feel like my levels aren't really clear. Price isn't really doing what I would want it to do. Yeah, I feel like I don't really have a good read on this. The probability of direction is just very very indecisive at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious to see what was you were looking at. Someone saying, Venetia saying, when trading in the range, use Bollinger Bands. You have been trading with Bollinger Bands for some time, right, Jonatan? What do you say about this?
Well, I think.
Would you think that's a great idea to be trading, to use especially something like Bollinger Bands when trading in the range?
No, I think Bollinger Bands is a trend trading tool. Because when you're trading, when you're using the Bollinger Bands within a range, the more price is ranging, the more the Bollinger Bands is contracting. Right now, you can look at the Bollinger Bands as a way of like when the Bollinger Bands are contracting, you could expect for there to be an expansion of volatility. but I view the Bollinger Bands as and it was created as a range, as a trend tool, basically, because it's a very good tool to use in the trending markets. There is, however, I believe the Keltner channel is the one you want to use in a range because it's based on ATR. Bollinger Bands is based on moving averages, while the Keltner channel is based on ATR, and ATR makes much more sense in a ranging environment.
I see. Interesting. But then again, there are multiple usage of Bollinger Band as well, right? You can use
I can add it here. Okay, no, that's the Bollinger bars. Have you seen that the TradingView has actually added a new indicator that has been created with the help of can't remember his name, but his last name is Bollinger. They have created a new indicator with the help of the creator of the Bollinger Bands called the Bollinger bars. It's a completely new indicator, and it's interesting, very, very interesting for sure.
I haven't noticed that. What is it indicating?
I don't know, but it's a new indicator. But I don't really know what exactly it's doing. But let's add the Bollinger Bands here now. Now, as you can see, in a more of a ranging environment, the Bollinger Bands are contracting and becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. And what you want to see is a expansion of volatility, like here, and that could be indication of a possible range break. But if you go to a market that I like to look at trends, it's the Euro NCD. So the Bollinger Bands is very good to use in a trending market, because in a trending market you want price to stay close to stay above the middle line. You want price to stay closer to the upper Bollinger Bands. Now, there's many use cases for the Bollinger Bands. Like, you have a range right here, and an expansion of the Bollinger Bands would mean that you possibly have a range breakout, like you see right here. You get the lower Bollinger Bands moving down and the upper Bollinger Bands moving higher, and then you break the range highs, which would indicate that you have a possible breakout move happening. But the way I think the best way to use the Bollinger Bands is to measure the strength of a trend. Basically, you want to that's the way I think it's the best way to use the Bollinger Bands. But again, you can use it in many different ways. Now, the Keltner channel, I believe, is different. This is more based on ATR, and I believe this works much better in a trending market. I might do like a longer presentation on that, because I feel like I don't have the energy to break this down today, but I should definitely do that.
I think yes, I think it could be very helpful for everyone who is considering using indicator to enhance their read on the market. I personally don't use that much indicator, but that doesn't mean it's not good or it's not useful. It's just a matter of preference and choices we make as traders.
Yeah. Okay, what else do we have here? We have
what I can see in there is the Quasimodo on your chart right now.
Yeah.
It is on Euro NZD. That's your favorite pair, Jonatan.
Yep, it is. I like Euro NZD. It's such a beautiful trending pair. The respects the level very nicely. It's when it trend. So what I like about Euro NZD is the way that it respects the idea of high time frame accumulation and distribution. A lot of times when I talk about like the Dow theory and things like that, I always bring up Euro NZD as a good example of that. Now I can't really find the man, I'm tired. Maybe someone else can just open up their charts and look at something else.
Sure, I can look at actually, now that you're talking about Euro NZD, whenever anyone is talk about any pair, I get curious, even though I don't have any intention of trading it, or maybe I will in the process, but I get rallied up to look at the opportunities there is. And you don't have to mention that word, Pedro, or anyone, but if you do mention it, it gets my attention even more. And I'll let the audience guess what word that is. But let's look at the Euro NZD. I'm gonna look from the very top, see what we're looking at currently. Where are we in the greater scheme of things? All right, so okay, I understand that. What we're seeing here is, of course, there is a quasi here, but that's not very relevant. I see that all the time. We are close to a previous, not close, we broke it already, did we? Yes, we did. A previous high from all the way 2020, the 2nd of March, right? So it's a major level that we got to, and I think it was the liquidity, right? Everyone trading liquidity will say it's the liquidity that got priced there. And see, the liquidity works, the concept, because it grabbed it and it went the other way. Yes, you're right. I'm not arguing against that. So that's the significant thing, that on this time frame it took out that high, that previous high. The market structure is bullish and hasn't created anything to make us think otherwise. Okay, so the last order block on that time frame is bullish, no surprise. The one below that was bullish as well. Basically, there isn't a lot to do. We are, in an upwards market structure, a bullish market structure. We took out the level. The question is that everything the bulls have in their might, or is this just a beginning of something bigger? If you look at the previous times it took out, it does take out, it seems like not plural, but the last time it took out that high, it didn't continue right away, right? And still it's only, it came back and made another move, counter move before it continued higher. So the question is, in matter of cyclicity, is that something that's going to happen this time around as well, right? Just one bar taking out that high, and then it takes its time and perhaps goes the other way for some months, right? This is the monthly time frame or something like that, before perhaps it continues even higher. Who knows? That's one thing you could be considering. But let's get back to the order blocks. This is the last order block. It's fresh, but it's not relevant still because price is far away from it. Other than that, there isn't anything that quasis and order blocks are telling us. This is the uptrend market structure, very nicely, but there isn't, the structural break is all the way down here. So that means that we are firmly in the weekly time frame, in a uptrend, and we should be looking, at least in this time frame, for buy opportunities. And we are getting close to one, which is this order block. Look at that. Ooh, nice. That's the weekly. Look at that, how it comes back to that order block and moves away. That's the weekly, right? So we're talking about today and tomorrow before this closes. So I think this is something we could be looking for on the lower time frame to see if we can get the typical order block reaction, which is a demand area. Price comes to it and it starts transitioning on the lower time frame and changes direction. Not all the time, of course, because otherwise it will never change direction, the market, that is. Let's go to the daily. Let's see if we can find any reason to be looking for a long. There isn't, at least not in this time frame. There is an order block here, right? It's not surprising. Didn't really touch it, did it? Actually, it touched it with precision, which precision like a Swiss watch. Look at this. Look at that. I don't make them up. Okay, so great stuff. I wouldn't have traded it anyways, to be honest, because it's not a fresh order block. It's not part of a quasi, but it's still a quasi. I mean, still an order block. So all right, so it is there. I'm not going to be using it for a trade. So what else do we have? We don't have really anything in this time frame besides what I just mentioned. Let's go further to the lower time frame to see what we are. Okay, so this is the picture. This is the graph that we're looking at, that you were looking at, Jonatan, right? That quasi that Pedro spotted after price took out that high, that previous high. You can see that everything switched completely, right? We had bullish order flow into that, and then from there the order flow changed completely, which makes a lot of sense. All right, so we do have of course we have a quasi here, but that's already an opportunity that is behind us. It didn't reach that order block. Any of those you could mark, you could have looked for, but it didn't have any retraces big enough to do anything. So that's something that I would say is not valid anymore. So this quasi, I would not be looking at it. It's too wide. It didn't get a retrace, and the next time it comes up, it's not in my book. It's not a valid. It has too many structures. It's too big of a structure. But let's see if we have anything here. Which is the lowest point? That's the lowest point. That's going to be the presumable head, and that makes this the left shoulder, right? And that makes that we have so an H4 order block. Quasi, which did have before it went up. It did have a very nice retrace. Did it? There isn't any structure there. No, it didn't. Okay, so there was not anything there. Okay, so how many do we have? This is 1, 2, and 3. And actually there's one here, but let me test if this is still valid. And it is. So that means that the order block on this side as well, there isn't, it's not a valid order block, quasi, I'm sorry. Must be Jonatan's tiredness affecting me as well.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Sorry about that.
Just a silly joke. So the quasi on the quasi is not valid. It's too big of a structure. So what are we left with? With basically nothing. The only thing we have, after discarding the H4 structures on both sides, right? So the reversal here and the reversal below us on the H4 is too big. It's not good. It's not valid. It's not adequate. So we need to wait for, in my opinion, we need to wait for new price action to tell us what it wants to do. And so far, we don't have any structure on the daily, and on the H4, nothing really. Let's look at structural changes. Perhaps we do have a quasi here, but there's no entry order block, right? And the fact that it doesn't have an entry order block in here tells me already that the quasi isn't strong enough, right? Because you ask yourself, how not having an order block tells us anything about the quasi, the strength of the quasi. Well, the order blocks are created by impulsive movement away from structures, right? Taking over one side, taking over. If they're not there, then the likelihood that the buyers will be, right? If it didn't create an order block there on this time frame, the likelihood the next time it comes back, buyers will be there is less, right? So that tells me that we are, this isn't a good one, a good quasi to be trading. So basically we don't have anything on Euro NZD all the way from the monthly to the 4 hourly. I think we need more price action, more data, and before we can start building our case of a possible reversal. It's not there yet. Let's be patient and wait. Probably price needs to interact more with this structure. The same thing as with the order block. On euro dollar. The same thing happens, right? We go to the euro dollar. We haven't interacted a lot with that order block on the daily time frame. Yes, we did get in. Yes, H4 did turn, but there isn't. It can still go up. Yes, it can still push up even higher. But the question is, will it? What is the likelihood of that happening without breaking structures? It hasn't broken any structure yet. It's after the structure has been broken, then we could be looking for these structures to be retested, and then is the moment, in my opinion, to be looking for that long out of these structures, but not yet. All right, so that was Euro NZD. So what do we have in the chat?
Yeah, let us know, people in the chat, if you if you have any shortline requests or any trade ideas or anything like that you want us to cover. Just let us know in the comments. I just applied an EA on US 30 and it placed orders for a trade, and I think it looks so in back testing it looks good, but this trade looks absolutely terrible. It's basically buying right at resistance with a super tight.
Maybe I should put your screen on, because
well, yeah, if you want to, let's do that. Okay, so let me actually take a look. What is the actual trade here? Okay, so it wants to buy at 4241.11. So that's the buy. And then it wants to put stop loss. Well, first let's do TP. So it wants to TP at 41.00569. Now that's not a bad TP. Well, kinda, because it's right about that high. So it's not a terrible place to TP if there's a breakout, right? Actually, it is quite bad, because I would want to have. So Victor, what would you do in a scenario like this? Would you touch it? Now let me add a stop loss first, and you will understand why this is so ridiculous. That's a stop loss. That's a 6R trade.
But I don't understand. That's the trade up there, and price is at 39 right now.
Yeah, the order it's a stop loss. It's a buy stop order.
Oh, I see.
So it's an EA looking for breakouts. Now you see this is a 6R trade. The stop loss is ridiculously tight.
Right.
Yeah, and then the TP. So I'm thinking like it has a positive expectancy. It is quite profitable in backtesting, but I'm honestly more worried about the take profit than the stop loss, because
go ahead.
Yeah, because the take profit is right above these highs, and it's right here. It makes no sense. So if there's a strong push to the upside, and breaks these highs, yeah, chances are, and it's not even on the highs. It's just, this is a bad trade. Like, to me, this is a bad trade.
It depends. I think this trade makes a lot of sense if you are in a market condition where there's a lot of momentum. If it is going to be testing that entry there where that buy stop is located, I think, right, if you look at the previous high that were higher, and then the one before that were also higher, where it has the TP a little bit higher than that level exactly. If it's going to take out, right, the trade is based on the fact that if it's going to break the last high, it's likely going to take all of the three of them, and that makes a lot of sense. Right, and if that's not the case, if there's not enough momentum, you're just going to be stopped out, and probably because it's a 1 to 6, it's less than 50% chance that it's going to be hitting that target. But it makes sense. Just as trend following, as it breaks, that's where the buyers come in, and not every breakout is a fake out. So if it works out as a breakout typically start to work out, where it breaks out, it signals to everyone, we're going to make new highs, we're going to retest previous highs, then it makes sense that this push could happen. And the equities, they tend to go one-sided for longer than the forex market. If I were trading this chart on the forex pair, I would wait for price to come back to some demand area before I get in. But on equities, you can get away with just buying breakouts, and it continues to push through. So I think I can see the logic behind it. I mean, the logic behind the EA's logic.
Yeah, it's on a breakout setup. Usually, like you want to define your stop loss when price is about to break that structure, right? Because you are going to try to find any kind of mini structure just before the breakout. That's usually where you're going to be placing your stop loss. At this point, placing your stop loss, I don't see anything in there for the reason to place even stop loss in there. Maybe it's too small, maybe it's too wide. It depends. I think it kind of misses a little bit of structure to look for it. If it's a breakout, usually you are going to try to wait for price actually to break the highs as well. Otherwise, you can always respect that structure.
Yeah, I mean, this is the interesting part of applying an EA to the live markets when you're actually looking at the setups visually, because looking at the data, basically like, okay, this works. It's I mean, when developing the EA just through mathematics, it has no idea what the chart looks like visually. And now when you see it visually, you can kind of perhaps adjust the ideas.
But you were asking, the actual question was, would I change anything from the trade?
Yeah. Basically what I'm saying, would you step in and adjust what the EA is doing?
Exactly. I would tend to say no unless I have data to prove that I can improve that EA's entry. So I'll have to do them side by side. Look, no intervention, and me intervening with my TA and whatnot, on overlaying that on top of the EA itself, and see if by hybrid trading I can get better results. And that's the only way for me to know, because you would think that we know better, but that's very dangerous to assume.
Yeah, I think that's the right answer. To do both and then compare. I'm gonna take a quick break. We have some people asking about Euro USD again, so maybe we can look at that while I'll take a quick break.
Sure, no problem, Jonatan. We have people asking for Spanish on these videos as well. I'll check with Jonatan to check if we can. I think, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube not on live, but after the video has been uploaded, after some time, maybe a couple of hours, I think automatically YouTube will add Spanish or whatever language you desire as a subtitle. So that could be the case. Maybe you know more about this, Pedro, with the Portuguese community. Do you know if English spoken streams get subtitled, all of them, and how fast and when this happens?
That's a good question. To be honest, I'm not really sure if there's maybe that's a good feature with AI. Maybe it's going to be implemented. I'm not sure if there is that possibility yet. Maybe normal videos, maybe in live streams, maybe not. I don't know if you need to just upload the video and not doing a live stream. Maybe you can have that option. But to be honest, I'll need to check to see.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know either. And I was just guessing or hypothesizing perhaps.
Yeah.
What is the
I
think
yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going off topic here, but if you look at any YouTube video, typically you have that option for subtitles, and you have a list of languages, and I guess that list is not done by the content creators. I think it's something that YouTube
No, it's not.
later
It's
on.
automatically. It's automatic.
Right? That's what I thought. So I think
Yeah, that's,
for those
that's
who,
automatic.
yeah. So I thought that you know, after, so when it's after the fact, after it's no longer live, that it's be able to say that. But the funny thing is, we've been speaking in English, giving explanation for you know, other languages. So it's doesn't matter. Let's go on. So we have people watching and asking, what should we do? Should we go short euro? Others are asking for more about euro dollar. Euro short, is that the same person? No, it's not the same person. Someone asking for us to talk about euro dollar, and others are wondering where I come from, whether I'm a Filipino or not. Well, am I? I don't know. You be the guess. You do the guess. All right, so let's continue. Special hi to the Filipino community. All right, let's see. Euro dollar. Let's do the top-down analysis. Let's do a proper analysis. I'm gonna do this very quickly because it's something, you know, of course you guys want to hear about what is actionable today, right? But on the monthly time frame, we do have some structures that are important. We do have a quasi here, left shoulder head, break of the neckline, goes all the way down, and in the process creates a right shoulder, and we are in the possible creation of a second shoulder. Yes, second shoulder. That's not anatomically correct, you might say. Then again, Quasimodo wasn't, right? So we do have in this reversal pattern, we do have 3 areas we need to be on the lookout for. These are in the monthly time frame, so it's not something that's going to trigger you into a trade this day, not even this month, but it's something you could, you know, keep in mind for future reference, for anything, if possible, catching a huge position size trade, position trade on this pair. Let's go to the weekly, the weekly time frame, with doing it quickly without explaining with a lot of details. We are coming from a reversal pattern that is in here, as you can see, right? That's the head, the left shoulder, or perhaps that was the left shoulder, depending on your definition of the neckline. This is the neckline that I have drawn here, and it got to completion when we took out this high. That's 2 weeks ago, meaning that the whole structure now is completed and is no longer valid to be used. So that means that on a weekly time frame, we don't have you know, opportunity for some trigger, at least trades or opportunity setups, whatever you may call it. So the only thing we can do is look for current or recent price action to see if there's anything that the weekly is telling us. And right now, there isn't a lot to be said. What can we say about it? It's in a bullish trend from this reversal point, that swing point. It's been very impulsive for the last couple of moves, the legs. And we are currently in a you would think, right, that this could be something similar to the previous consolidation area we had, which took 4 or 5 weeks, 6 if you count all the bars, and we are only in bar number 3, right? It doesn't mean the market always keeps the same, the same time for it to make it a new leg, but it does give you some kind of reference. What was the last time? How long did those consolidation take? Maybe that's an idea that maybe for the coming next week, next 3 weeks or so, we're going to be perhaps playing with a consolidation range bound area. We're on the weekly. Maybe, right? There isn't that's not a very strong indication, but just looking at the previous consolidation length. Other than that, there isn't anything to be said, not on the weekly in any case. So the monthly tells us a lot more than the weekly. The weekly is kind of mute for now. Going on the daily time frame, we have a lot of bullish bullish momentum, right? With those impulsive moves that we have seen the last couple of weeks. And it is given that market structure and that impulsiveness, that momentum, that order flow in this time frame, you would think that the best direction to be watching and wanting to catch anything is to the upside. And I would say you're right. As long as the market doesn't break any structure, we should look for longs, because that's what the market is telling us, that the buyers are in control until proven otherwise. In terms of a quasi on the daily time frame, I don't see anything yet. My quasi would be all the way down here, my neckline, meaning the market can do a lot of things before I would consider a break of structure on the daily. That's not a good thing. I would have wanted, a neckline much tighter to the top, so I can, that would indicate that the market is ready for a reversal. But here it can do so many things before, it has so much space before changing the market structure. So,
if it would break that low next, if it would break that border block, that Devi order block, would you not consider kind of a break of structure in there?
This one?
Yeah, that Devi one. To the downside.
No, not really. It is a change of character, right? It's no longer respecting bullish order blocks. So it's a chalk. It's a change of character, but it's not a quasi neckline, right? A quasi neckline is it's personal. It's one specific rule where the neckline goes, and if it doesn't break the neckline, I don't have a quasi. So I can trade it, but it's not a quasi. It's going to be something else. So, and I wouldn't consider that, the market breaks order blocks all the time. And it's a good sign to indicate a break of structure. But I prefer the neckline, because the neckline is much more selective. So I personally, if it doesn't break the neckline, to me, it's not breaking any structure. There is no break of structure. So to me, if it does, unless it breaks this, there is no break of structure. However, if price would go up from here and take out this high, now we would then have a neckline, and that's the neckline that I would like to see. A neckline that is quite tight, higher, close to the top, because it gives me, just think about it. If it is closer to the top than it is to the bottom of that leg, in terms of risk-reward ratio, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because you would be getting in and trying to catch a part, if not all of it, as it moves away from it. And otherwise, if the neckline would be too low, that could not be the case as much, right? It's in terms of risk-reward ratio, it's much better for the neckline to be closer to the top. Okay, so get back to the analysis. We don't have a quasi. That's the point. At least not according to me. So if that counts for anything, so what we do have, not in this time frame, a quasi, but we might have one in the lower time frame. What we do have is a fresh order block from its creation. We had 4. This is the 5th bar since its creation, depending on your definition, but I would say that's quite fresh. So looking for a long from here makes a lot of sense, considering that fresh order block. But we need alignment, right? So we need not just this time frame telling us that it's going to reverse, but also it needs to be supported by lower time frames. And if we go lower, let's see if we have something here that indicates that we could have a reversal to the long side. Do we? I according to my strict rules, which which are just chosen by me, not arbitrarily, of course. They're based on the data, but according to those rules, there is no neckline here. It sounds weird, but those are the strict rules that I execute my plan on, which is my data is based. So I don't see, to me, I cannot consider this downtrend, even though it is a downtrend. I do not consider it valid to be taken as a quasi. So I'm not going to be looking at least this doesn't build a quasi for me. So if I take the trade based on the daily order block, the push up that I would be expecting, it needs to come from a fresh structure. So it could be something that is still to come. Maybe it takes out this. This is a neckline, a correct one, and it might come back. And in that case, break the come back to one structure. That could be the case where that could be a reason for me to go long based on the H4 plus the daily time frame. And if I get that, then I can target. And if you look at the daily, there isn't any structure to stop us based on the daily. So that means that if we are able to break reverse, right, a confirmed daily reversal, right, which meaning a new order block being created on top of this order block, what that mean is that, and we don't have any structure on the daily to stop us, what does that tell us? It's likely to be going to try to retest that high again, right? That's a big thing. So if you are able to, that's what I'm always trying to catch, the bigger picture if possible with my intraday trades, because if I can get that trade, and imagine you have a stop of, in my case, 4 pips, sometimes 5, sometimes a little less, sometimes more, 10 pips. Imagine you can ride that wave all the way to that daily target. And that's exactly what is possible if you do it well. All right, so I'm looking for that long. Let's see if there is anything. Let me take that away. And I don't see it yet, right? I don't see the break of structure on the H4. And that means that I'm going to stop there and wait for the H4 to tell me, because it's like a trickle down, at least my top down, my strategy, which needs alignment. If it gets stuck, if it doesn't have a reason on one time frame to take the trade, then it stops. It has to complete the alignment, the daily H4, H2, or H1. And if one of those in that sequence, one of them is missing, I need to stop. And that's the case with H4 right now. I need to stop and walk away. Goodbye. No, I need to stop this analysis and wait for the H4 to actually present itself, right? Having a structured, a trade plan that is well structured, that is telling you when to do things and when to stop, helps you a lot with your psychology, right? Because I'm not forcing it. If it doesn't show it, I stop. I don't, there's nothing for me to do. It sidelines me, and I have to just check it again later today, tomorrow, next week, and so on, until it presents or it doesn't, and it invalidates the structure in between, right? So, and that's the case right now with the euro dollar. H4 is not telling us of a possible move. I don't consider. Someone could argue, well, this looks like a quasi. Why don't you just trade it as one? It's just a personal decision. It could react from it as a quasi, but I'm not going to participate. The other thing is there is no entry order block on the H4 either, right? It's not on both reasons. I don't see the quasi there, right? So would that mean that perhaps that the probabilities of price going lower because we don't have a valid quasi there? I would tend to think so, right? But I'm not gonna say that because I don't have definitive data on that. In my just a choice. If it doesn't fit the bill, then it's not a quasi, and I'm not going to be trading it, at least not using my main strategy. So going back, what do we have if we don't have a reversal? We don't have reasons to go long EU yet. What do we do have? Well, we do have a fresh order block below that has already been retested, right? I said that at the beginning of the stream, or at the beginning of my time during this stream, that there was an opportunity to trade this long when price came back and we had 2 bars to do so. I wasn't able to catch a signal because there wasn't a signal according to the way I trade. But obviously you can see that push up, which is, you know, the typical thing that the order block is being created and it moves away from it. Easy peasy when you think about it. All right. So what else do we have? We have a broken structure here. No problem. We have a broken structure here that is currently working as a flipped demand zone. So now it's a supply zone. It's a supply zone. So it's not a surprise that price is, you know, pushing back after it is interacting with it. Whether it's going to push all the way down, I don't have enough reasons to think that yet, but it makes sense that it'll have some kind of a pushback after reaching it from below. Right, so that's the but I don't use it anymore. What I do have is on the H4, nothing else. That's it. I do have these structures which are still bullish, still fresh and able to be taken. And I would say this is something that I am looking to catch. If it comes back within a certain number of bars, I'll be looking for that, because this is a reason. That's a fresh order block, not a quasi, but it is a fresh order block. If it comes back, I will be looking to catch that reversal back long. But in this case, since it doesn't have a quasi, I'm not going to be targeting these highs yet, right? It needs to have that complete reversal pattern on the H4 for me to go to target daily targets. So what else do we have? We go to lower time frames. Let's see. All right, so we do have a structure here. It's not fresh, but it could be something price could be aiming for on its way up, right? On the lower time frame, we do have an uptrend here, this little piece. It's a counter trend, as we said before, but that could be a target. That could be today even. Other than that, it doesn't really give me any idea, because this is the structural break. This is the break of structure, and as long as it doesn't break it, we should just actually, this is the lowest point, right? So if you consider that to be the head, the structural point is even higher. So this is an inner quasi, possible quasi, meaning it's even less relevant compared to the overarching. That's the market structure. So this means to me, when I see this, it means that the market is absolutely not telling us that it wants to reverse. It doesn't mean we cannot take a trade from this area, as I said, and target perhaps this high, and maybe even, you know, something a little bit higher. But in terms of indicating a actual reversal where the market is coming into that area and moving out of it on the higher time frame, it's not indicating that yet, because it's not breaking any structure. The market cannot reverse without breaking structure. There is no such thing as a reversal without breaking structure. It needs to break it on some level for it to reverse. There's no other way, right? So I would say I don't see an opportunity here on the H4. Only if it comes back for a pop, something like this, possible pop into perhaps that area. Lower time frames, I don't see anything else on the H1. And of course, if you go lower time frame, you will find some reversal pattern. But even on the H1, I don't see it. There isn't any, right? This isn't a neckline. The neckline is all the way here. So it will have to take this out first and then come down. Then I would be interested in a continuation higher. but that's not the case yet, and we cannot trade something that's not there. What we do see here on H1 is very flimsy, but we do see in 26 minutes, we could have a confirmation of a second order block in the same direction, not back to back, but still, if it happens to close below that, the open of the green bar, right? If that happens, right? It's not happening right now, but if it were to close below that level, that would mean, the beginning, that could be the start of the bearish order flow, meaning that price is, even without the H4 or any higher time frame, the hourly is telling you that the sellers are taking control, right? This is then, this becomes the, actually it's a little bit higher. It becomes the, no, that's not the correct one. This becomes the market structure on the lower time frame, right? And let's see, this. Oops, that's not the correct tool. All right, so that's what I mean. It goes all the way down, and it goes up again, right? And if it breaks this, you would assume that it's going to go to this low and possibly somewhat lower, because we don't have any structure, at least not on the hourly. We have an H4 here, so would you expect that it's going to do something like that, but only if it closes as a bearish engulfing on the H1. We're not there yet. Might not even happen. I can't make anything else out of it. The impulse is up to the upside, but I don't see any opportunity unless it comes all the way down to this structure to go higher. So we're in the middle of a possible reversal here, but it's not convincing. And right now it's actually showing strength. So meaning, if for me to be long this, I should have been long already. So now is not the moment to go long for my intraday trade. Yeah, I should have been long, before, at the beginning of the day, before London even opened. So there you go. That's the EU for you guys. Don't forget to hit the like button.
That's right. Hit the like and make sure that you're subscribed as well. Victor, could you perhaps look at maybe NASDAQ? I do see that the S&P 500 and US 30 is kind of lagging behind a little bit here on NASDAQ, and we got some interesting moves on NASDAQ. I got a few people asking about that as well, so maybe we can look at that.
The monthly time frame tells us the neckline on the monthly time frame is all the way lower here, meaning it's all the way lower here, and so there's no breakup structure, meaning the bullishness in terms of the higher time frame is not broken, but then again it's the monthly, so it doesn't mean that much. Hold on.
All right. Well,
are we here? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You're frozen.
Okay,
not like in the movie Frozen. You're actually frozen.
Okay, I think I need to do something on the background. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Very good frozen image, though, I must say.
Really?
Like if my image would be frozen, I'm look stupid, but that looks actually pretty good, man.
I'll check it out later, because on my end, hey, I'm back. I was just about to. Okay, so I'm back. All right, everything normalized. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it's a glitch in the matrix. All right.
Probably.
So on NASDAQ, the equities, that's the more volatile pair. On the NASDAQ, it doesn't have any breakup structure. There is no fresh order block. This is not fresh. We do have one above us, something to care about if you're an investor. We do have a bearish order block above us on the monthly time frame. So it's going to be hard for price to break this for some time. That could be something to think about. If you have, buy and hold position, maybe you can buy some put options, or maybe set, put away some, lower your exposure to the market if it ever comes back. Not ever, it's gonna cut back there, but when it gets back there for your portfolio, because of the possibility of this kind of a movement, and perhaps even lower before eventually it breaks it. Okay, that's the on the higher time frames. The monthly, the weekly. What do we see? The weekly, of course, we did break structure very neatly. I like that when we break structure on a micro level in this time frame, right? Very didn't take much to break that order, the back structure, I mean. So we do have a quasi. What else do we have? All right, so we have multiple structures being broken here. All of them, 3 to be exact, but it doesn't matter. Just one is fine. All right, so yeah, it's not a fresh order block on the monthly, this one, but it is there. So being at such a large time frame, it makes sense that to take it into account somewhat. Maybe not for a trigger, but maybe for a target, or maybe for price action reading. Other than that, let's see. We do have a weekly here. We had a immediate retest, and price is getting back to that area. So I would be interesting to see how price fares when we get back to this bearish order block, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Relatively fresh, quite fresh still. So if price gets there, right, this week, we only have 1 day today and an extra day to go. If it gets there this week or next week, I would be very curious to see if price is able to continue or not, because that would be the first test for price. If it's able to recover from that precipitous fall it had since the 17th of February. All right, so, but in terms of signals, I don't see anything here. There is there is a bearish quasi, but that bearish quasi has no entry order block besides the one we just mentioned. Let's mark that on the
Sorry, Pedro, I forgot that you can't add yourself, so I'm just sitting waiting, like, why is it not coming on? No, I realized. Yeah, sorry about that.
This is okay. Welcome back, Pedro. We have so we do have a weekly bearish quasi, this being the left shoulder, the head, and the neckline that was broken, and we're getting back to that weekly entry order block to go short. Yes, to go short. We'll see. We'll have to see if on the lower time frame it reverses and does something in this direction. That's going to be quite interesting. Other than that, we don't have any other structures, not within that monthly above us. So that's one thing. If you go lower time frame, we do have some bullish order flow being created, or has been created already, which is the bullish structures being created on top of each other. Even though it didn't mitigate it, it did create it on top, right? And that's typically what you see when price is building that momentum to go to the upside. We have this structure which has been mitigated before, so it is weaker, meaning I would think that price could at least pierce through it for some time. And I would argue that the target, the indication, not the target, the intention of the market is to reach initially to reach that daily order block again, but probably the weekly, right? So there's nothing else stopping price. If you're looking at to the left, there isn't anything here. Well, there is an order block here though. Let me mark that. That is true, right? So there is a little order block there. But as you can see, it is in the middle of the range roughly. So less likely of reacting. We'll have to see. Let me see if there's anything here. Let me clean that up a little bit. Nope, I took out something I didn't want to take out. Let's see. There is no quasi there, so I'm gonna take it out. Okay, so we do have a daily which has, how much is this? 4. We go to the H4. There is no quasi here, so there's nothing I can do. There's nothing you can do. I see there's no alignment it stops me in my tracks, so to speak. The only thing there is here is perhaps this H4 order block that was just created 43 minutes ago. And it is in the direction of what I just mentioned before. And of course, you have another one here as well. Before the gap, let me take that out. Right, so I would be waiting for price to come back to this order block before taking the long. And if I were to take the long, I would be, if possible, trying to see initially for this target. And if not, if I see more indication in on the charts, I could look for that weekly target to be hit as well, or the weekly structure, I mean. But let's see. So we do have a supply area on the H4. What else? You don't have anything here, and we do have an order block here, but it's not fresh. It's not part of quasi, so it's not relevant, right? Let's keep the chart as clean as possible and not mark every order block, because not all of them are created equal. Yeah, so we have the H4. Let's look at the H2. Nothing there. Well, and H1. Well, I like this one. If we are able to come back, it may look quite difficult now, but if we're able to come back to this order block and reach the H4, right there. If we do that, that means that we are able to take a trade where we have both of them. So in different time frames, price telling us that it wants to go in the same direction. That's a good that's good for the odds of the trade, right? Having the H4 and H1 telling us the same. It doesn't look like it's going to come back, to be honest. But that's the only thing that I would be looking for, taking a long from this area. And if it doesn't get there, then I just watch price go without me, because I'm gonna then say it's not my trade. Very nice price action in terms of impulsiveness, but I don't see the opportunity. Not now is not the time to get long. I would have been long already if I were to take this. You're either already long or on the sidelines, I believe. Okay, so yeah, there isn't much to be said. If you look at the lower time frames, oh, I love this. I like this. Look at that. So you can spot on the lower time frames those quasis, which can make it much easier. Doesn't look like it's going to come back. I know that, but I can make it is what it is, right? That's the neckline. Is it? That is the neckline. Yes, and I would be waiting for price to come back to something that makes sense. It seems like it already left. The ship has left the bay, the dock, and it's looking for a new haven above us. Yes, what can I say? And in my style of trading, I needed to come back to the area of support, and then for that continuation. If it doesn't come back, that means that I won't have any trades that day, meaning today. If I were to trade this one, I hope that it helps a little bit. What also helps is getting the idea or the perspective of the higher time frame. Where are we coming from? Found the neckline.
Yeah.
I hope you found it. You found it on the charts. It's very helpful to plot out, to identify the order blocks when you do your top-down analysis, because that will give you the understanding from where we're coming from, and where we're likely to go to, right? In this case, we're coming from price likes to ping pong between the levels, right? The supply and demand all the time, right? So, and if you know that we're coming from a demand zone, guess what? We're going back to a supply zone, right? That's how it works. Very simple. And yes, we are already in a supply area. But as you can see, when you go to the lower time frames, you don't see the bearish reversal coming to the market, right? It's not there. If anything, we're pushing higher. So if that is an indication of what's to come, I would say it gives you a possibility that maybe this order block is not going to stop price. Meaning, what's the next area or level that price could, want to reach? And that's this order block above us. So if you already have the possible target, right? You have the direction, most likely. The next thing is, okay, how do I get in at the best possible level, right? And obviously, conversely, where do I put my stop, right? Very important if you want to define your risk, and obviously you need to define your risk, right? And that's why I don't want to be entering right here. I'm gonna be right on the direction, but at what cost? If this is going to, come back, it could easily come back to this H4 order block. Well, easily, maybe not easily, but it could well come back to that order block on the H4 and take me out, or I would have to put it all the way, my order block way lower, my stop, way lower, as I'm targeting that high. Whether instead, if I wait for price to come to my area, and I get some kind of a confirmation that the market has switched, is reacting, and is confirming a reversal from that quasi entry order block, you can already see what difference it makes in terms of the risk reward ratio, and that obviously will change your equity growth as well. So that's what I see on NASDAQ. Looks bullish from my point of view, and understanding the structure we have above us will help you have that certainty. It's not absolute certainty, of course, but you have that conviction, that confidence that likely the market is going to continue until it reverses from this current order block, which it is not doing, or it is going for the structure above us, which I think is more likely to happen, right? So when you have that, you understand, okay, I see what the market is trying to do, right? Let me align myself with that understanding, and that's what it, gives you the higher probabilities in your setups. Wouldn't you agree, Pedro?
Yes, to everything you say.
Perfect. Let's see in the chat, what do we have? We still have 10 minutes to go. Everyone at home or wherever you may be, maybe you're on vacation watching this stream, hit the like button. If you hit it on vacation, it counts for double. No, I'm just kidding, just counts the same. But nonetheless, hit the like button, support our channel, and that's the best reward we can ask for. It's your appreciation, your feedback through those like buttons and subscriptions, as a appreciation, as a token of appreciation for our efforts here. I have to say, someone said some time ago, I heard this, that you gotta do what what work is. If you do something that you would do for free, it's not work anymore, right? You would do forever. You would do your job with so much enjoyment that it doesn't feel like work, right? That's the best kind of work you can imagine for, or you ask for. And and I would do these streams anyways, even if you guys don't hit the like button. However, if you are going to reward us, the like
doesn't
button,
matter. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah.
But the like button is the best way to reward me, right? It's a long.
Yeah, Victor really likes when we're getting a lot of likes. All right,
so let's see. Someone.
Some people are talking about gold and. Yeah, they're talking about gold, and that gold is moving down. It's interesting.
Gold. Let's look at gold.
Yeah.
Someone found. I'm very interested to understand which here which time frame the neckline was found. That MYA, you're muted.
NASDAQ is moving very nicely.
It is. It's very, very nicely.
I was hoping that would be the US 30. It would be really cool to see that order being filled.
Oh, the one you mentioned before from the EA, yes. But we're a long way away from it, though.
Yeah. But
Right?
NASDAQ is not. Like, NASDAQ is moving quite quickly to that high, while everything else is lagging behind.
I agree. Let's look at gold. Pedro mentioned something about gold.
Yeah, a few guys are shorting it or already short. Gold is actually moving to downside, and is approaching potential demand zone on the 15 minutes, something like that, which is interesting. Yeah, in reality, I would like to see new lows being created, but that's kind of the order block that you're seeing in there, maybe on 2 hours. I'm not sure if you see that or not.
And if it breaks it, there's nothing else all the way to the other one below it. So that's going to be interesting. I like these kind of setups because it's clear, right? There's nothing else obstructing your view. It's either going to hold here, which it seems like it's not going to. And if it doesn't, you want to be catching a short here to the next station, which is the, what is this? The 3,294 and some change.
Yeah, that's basically where
let's go
Antonio mentioned that he was shorted, and I think his target is around there. So he's already short from
Perfect.
somebody there.
Makes a lot of sense.
It looks like a good trade. Yeah, it looks like a good short.
Yes, and we already on the hourly, we already broke a, not very surprising because it was with all these wicks, it was telling us already that it wanted to reverse and change direction. But it already is looking like if 5 minutes is going to break this order block and possibly break this one as well, right? So that's going to be the sign, actually. Whoever suggested we look at gold, thank you for showing this, because if it invalidates that H2, there's not going to be anything left to hold price, basically, in terms of order blocks, meaning it's likely to come back, and you can see all that imbalance to the left. It's likely to come back to some structure below us, which is perhaps this H1, meaning you could go lower time frame and try to catch. So if this goes away in 3 minutes, 4 minutes, if that were to happen, you could be looking for a quasi. Yes, I said it, quasi. Right? And there we go. You could be looking for this, perhaps, price coming back to this 15-minute entry order block and have something like so, right, where price comes back to that order block and you're targeting that below, right? That could be my kind of an entry, right? Sometimes it doesn't come, a lot of times it doesn't come back. It goes just, keeps on going downstream into the target. But this is the area that I would be interested. And if not, I would take 2 trades, one there and the other one above us. But only if the H2 is actually invalidated, right? If it doesn't get invalidated, then that would be the basis. So in 4 minutes and 3 minutes, it needs to close below here and then go up, right? So when you structure your ideas, your trade ideas like that with conditions, conditions that make sense, of course, it makes things very, very easy, because the only thing I need to do now is wait, right? Not think about it. I can talk freely on the stream, wait for 3 minutes, and then, and only then, look at the chart and decide, is this something that is building the case in my direction? It's breaking very structure and making my trade more likely, because if it's not, I don't want to be in the trade. I don't want to be going short where the H2 is being respected. Doesn't make sense, right? Even though, it's not one-to-one, it's not always if it breaks it, it's going to go down, nor that if it doesn't break, it's going to go up. But these are the breaking, the invalidation and confirmation and creation of these order blocks are what does change. They are the things that change the odds or the possibilities, the probabilities of your setup. So this is kind of we are nearing the last 2 minutes, and maybe it's a nice way to end our stream. Will we or will we not close on the 2-hour mark or the time frame below that line? If it does, then I would be looking for a short from some structure above us. So we are very near.
Yeah, we got
John
we got home sales. I believe coming up in existing home sales. Orange folder news on my Forex Factory, not my Forex Factory. Forex Factory. That's a mix between my Forex, my FX book, and Forex Factory.
Yes.
My Forex Factory. That's a good name, actually. That's a pretty good name.
It does sound
Yeah,
good.
I like that.
It sounds like you're
My
manufacturing
Forex
Forex.
Factory.
You're manufacturing tips.
Do you think? Okay, I gotta look that up. My Forex Factory.
Maybe you can
My
buy
Forex
that
Factory.
one.
Yeah, I'm. Okay.
Buy it. Hit the
Yeah,
buy
I'm gonna buy it
button.
right now. Yeah, I'm gonna buy it right now if I can find it. Let's go in. I'm going into my domain. I do have quite a few domains, and I'm gonna see if I. Okay, my Forex Factory.
Gotta be quick, Jonatan. You only have
Quick,
like
so no
20
one can
seconds.
actually.
Take
Okay,
longer.
okay,
Some
my
viewer will buy before you.
my forexfactory.com is obviously taken. Yeah, there's they're all taken. They're all
Okay.
taken. My Forex machine. That's cool. See, my Forex machine. Can we buy that one? No, it's taken.
Yeah.
Everything with Forex is taken.
We are trading
someone in
domains.
the,
There's a
someone in the audience
Victor
bought it.
OB.
By the time you got there, the Tartak bought it. He just confessed.
Victor OB is not taken. Victor
Not
Victor
yet.
Rob. Victor Rob.
What about what Henry says? Only Forex.
That's definitely going to be taken. Oh, I have. Yeah, it's we can buy it, and you know what it costs to buy?
What?
Yeah,
How
give me a
much?
number. Guess.
Usually it's like
No
10
idea.
pounds. .com, right? Are you talking about .com?
Only forex.com is 50,000.
What?
Really?
Yeah. Can buy it for 50,000.
That's a good trade.
Okay, only Forex Factory. Nah. Well, it is up for sale. Okay, we got the news coming out here. We have movements on the Bitcoin to the upside. Bitcoin is moving nicely. We have movements on the S&P moving nicely to the upside. I like that. What is US 30 doing? Moving nicely to the upside as well. Will I get failed on that trade? Probably. Will I get stopped out? Yes, most likely I will get stopped out on that as well. Okay, now.
Look at NASDAQ.
Wow. That's strong. That's a strong move right there. All right, guys. It is time. The time has come to end the live stream, and this is the last live stream of the week. We will be back on Monday, and I got a couple of surprises for you guys on Monday as well. And in the future, we're planning something pretty big here. We're planning a trading competition between two people, and I'm not gonna say who, but one is an owner of a trading company, and the other person is also a owner of a trading company, and we're gonna see which of them is the better trader. That's gonna be pretty cool. It's gonna be fun.
Interesting.
Make sure to hit that like, guys. Make sure to subscribe, and most of all, make sure that you are going to be here on Monday when me and Dirk is opening yet another week of live streams. I want to thank Victor. I want to thank Pedro. I want to thank my mom, my grandmother for giving me
Make it
the
possible for you to be here.
making it possible for all of this to happen. All right.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Any last words?
Someone asked in the chat when we will have the next Coffee with Traders, and that's going to be Monday. So hope to see you there.
Yep.
That's it for me. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. This stream, I mean. See you next time. That will be Monday.
What else would you mean?
Those comments.
Okay. See you guys. Have a great weekend, guys. Take care.
Bye-bye.
See you guys. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.